A sustained ovation inside Rod Laver Arena.
And the two legends back here to fight for yet another championship.
It's a very, very special thing, I think, for both of us to be in the final of a major again.
All these achievements have to taste a little sweeter for the passage of time.
I think both of us, we would have never thought that we were going to be here. It's real now.
It was a really honor to have all these matches against Roger. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he has a lot of respect for me. My expectations always when I am playing tennis are to fight for everything.
I guess in the very beginning, you're not quite sure how far is it going to go, how often are you going to be playing, how epic some matches can turn out. Nevertheless, I think I'll be actually quite relaxed, quite calm, and that makes me maybe potentially more dangerous in the bigger moments because I might play like I have nothing to lose.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park, the final match of the 2017 Australian Open's one of the most anticipated of all time. 17-time Grand Slam champion Roger Federer meets 14-time Grand Slam champion Rafa Nadal, an unexpected renewal of this era-defining rivalry. Hi, everybody, and welcome. Chris McKendry with Darren Cahill and Brad Gilbert. It is the first Grand Slam of the 2017 season, and yet it's nostalgia. That is the overwhelming feeling of this tournament. We get matches all the time from great tournaments like this, but when we're really lucky, we get events. And we have been really lucky this weekend. We had the Williams sisters a night ago, and tonight it's Roger and Rafa for a 35th time in their career, 12th time at a Grand Slam event. And it's just fantastic.
You can see the goosebumps here. It's been kind of like this for the last 4 or 5 days, and you just walk around the streets here in Melbourne, and it's amazing that everybody is talking about this matchup. I've been in the game about 35 years in the pro level, and I know Brad and I have been really lucky to have coached a couple of great players for some big matches, but I have not felt anything like this.
I woke up at 2 a.m. this morning. I was so excited. Forget
that
about
surprise me.
Forget about 6 espressos. You know, like the feeling that whether or not you were playing or coaching, you know, your player in a big match. I think this is the biggest match in the Open era with the most implications. I think this will be the most globally watched tennis match ever, and the excitement around the place is just at a feverish pitch.
Yep.
It wasn't just their age, 30 and 35 years, which made us think these days had passed us by. Injury was creeping in. Roger, for the first time in his career, stepped away from the game for the past 6 months, and Rafa has been dealing with horrible wrist injuries. This tournament, they answered those questions. They're healthy. Each went 5 sets in the semifinal, and it started with Roger, who gets a night extra of rest. He needed 5 against Stan Wawrinka.
Well, he got off to a great start, wins the first 2 sets, but then Stan turned this match around. Nice little flick, and then in the 5th set, when the drama got to the most, Roger raised his level. It was a quick 5-setter, but enough for Roger to get over the finish line, and look at that calm pass.
And what about Stan Wawrinka taking on Roger right here? Just continues to play great tennis in the 5th set and comes up with a beauty there. And then Roger just got that breaker serve and served his way to the win, and a very satisfying win over his countryman.
And that was actually his second 5-set match. He won 5 with Katie Shikori.
2 5-setters.
Then Rafa Nadal takes on Grigor Dimitrov, and we knew Grigor's improved. He played some great tennis at the start of the year, the winner in Brisbane, but we weren't quite ready for the level he was going to bring us. Great from the backhand side. He tested Rafa Nadal, and this was a marathon going 5 hours. Brutal baseline rallies, and Grigor trying to get in all the time, and he had to deal with this break point in the final set after he saved a couple of break points in the previous game, and he held his nerve, saved a couple of match points in that last game to Dimitrov, but finally a backhand sails long, and Nadal does it. We get the final we've been waiting for. What an effort. Over 5 hours of tennis, 6-4 on the 5th.
I felt like that was a match like the Verdasco match. You didn't even look at your watch. It was just such epic closeness.
And that was the Verdasco semifinal going back more than a handful of years ago. They've played the same number of sets 23 to get here. Now, Roger Federer has been in this position over the past couple of years. It's Nadal who's back for the first time on this final weekend since 2014 in any Grand Slam event.
I actually think the road to, believe it or not, Rafa had a tougher road to, because that Zverev match, he's playing a lot tougher than his ranking. You know, Raonic, Monfils, you know, to me, a couple of qualifiers to start off really got Fed ready to get rolling, and the Berdych match was a comfortable match. Nishikori, he had to dig, and the Wawrinka match, but he's had less time on court.
5 hours. Nadal spent 5 hours more time on court.
You know, you mentioned it. This is the match everybody wanted, and there's something about this rivalry that is just so special. Is it the personality? Is it the style of play? Is it the contrast?
Absolutely, the contrast.
A little bit of everything, and actually, by the numbers, each of these they've played Novak Djokovic more often and to tighter results. So why is this rivalry more special? We asked them.
I think both of us would have never thought that we were going to be here.
It's a very, very special thing, I think, for both of us to be in the final of a major again.
It's real now.
We feel, I think, very happy, and I hope you feel happy too.
I understand the magnitude of the match against Nadal.
Well, it was amazing for me, and I think for tennis too. It's the combination of two different styles that makes the matches really special.
He's an incredible tennis player. He's got shots and that no other one has. And when you have that, you are unique and special. He's been tremendous for the game. I have a lot of respect for him on many levels.
All my life, I practiced to play these kind of matches, to enjoy these moments, drama, long matches, emotional moments. I love to be part of this.
Rafa, congrats. You played incredible. You deserve it, man.
It was a really honor to have all these matches against Roger.
I guess in the very beginning, you're not quite sure how far is it going to go, how often are you going to be playing, how epic some matches can turn out.
Both of us, I think, having a lot of good success. This kind of matches makes the sport a little bit bigger now.
It's one of the greatest rivals in the history of sport, back here to fight for yet another championship.
We're still there, and we're still fighting for important events. That's very special.
It is only one more match now. The comeback's so great already. Just like, let it fly off your racket and just see what happens.
It's a very important match for both of us. Let's enjoy this, because probably will not happen again.
As I said, the numbers don't always add up in this rivalry. And for rivalries, it's decidedly one-sided, favor Nadal if you look at the numbers. But I think Brad Nadal said it best there. The contrast in style, and that is seemingly what has always defined this rivalry. The beauty and the grace of one, the grinding effort of another, and we saw it all the way back
I
the first
was
time
in
they
the
met.
stands. I was coaching Roddick. I got to see this 17-year-old, and he put a beat down on Fed. He hadn't lost a match, and he was #1 in the world, and he thumped him 3-3. He sent a message who was coming. And the fact that Roger was on his A game on the grass, and he pushes him to 5 sets, to me, really set the table that this guy was going to become one of the greats of all time.
Yeah, the very next year, in fact, they played in the final of Wimbledon again. And remember, Federer took a beating in the French Open final, maybe his biggest beating ever. And I think there was a little bit of a carryover effect to this match. Nadal got him. This was the famous twilight match at Wimbledon. Nadal wins his first Wimbledon championship. And then they played in 2009 at the Australian Open in a great final. And again, it was Rafa Nadal who came up with some spectacular stuff. Just so good from the back of the court, and he gets his first ever win at the Australian Open, and what a way to do it. Actually, he's 3-0 in matches played at the Australian Open against Federer.
And what's amazing, you look at that, 2009 and 2011 at the French Open for the championship, that's actually the last time they played each other with a Grand Slam championship on the line. So tonight, it's either number 18 for Roger Federer or number 15 for Rafa Nadal, with the French looming. That could be number 16, and he'd get ever so close. There is a lot on the line as far as history is concerned.
I'm going to say legacy is on the line. This match is so huge. This is my open era top 10 list. There are some seriously great players on that list. And tonight, the winner goes to number 1. The loser drops to number 2. Obviously, 3 of those players are active and they have a chance to change it, but that's how big this match is. First in open era, the winner tonight.
I'm not going to argue with you, Brad Gilbert. Look, that's fine. I think we can go on one side or the other, but it's still an open-ended question because no player is saying they're retiring anytime soon, so they have chances to add to their legacy. I would put Rod Laver in the top 3, but we'll argue that later. Let's stick with Nadal and Federer right now. There are their numbers. You can see the line items there. Most of those slightly in favor of Roger Federer, but the one line item that is not is the head-to-head, 11 to 23.
You know what else Rafa fans will tell you it's not on there? Who's got way more Master Series titles?
Yeah, and also an Olympic gold medal in singles as well. Which goes
those
to
are
Nadal.
big, and more Davis Cup titles.
Let the debate rage between these two.
He's been raging for a while.
As for a very special lady, the debate ended last night. Serena Williams, greatest of all time in the open era with 23, a record. We continue, and coming up, it's Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal. Players will walk in about 14 minutes. We'll take a look at Serena's efforts and accomplishments right after the break.
The record moving past. These days, does it mean anything to you?
Dealing with the pressure, the expectations. It seems like every Grand Slam, you're chasing a record. You're chasing a new position in history.
I'm here to win. I'm not here to get into the final and be happy with that.
Serena Williams.
Once again through another Grand Slam final.
Supreme achievement. Side by side with Steffi Graf.
Nothing can take away from the domination for nearly 2 decades.
This is her moment.
Look out, Steffi Graf.
Serena is still in her prime. The sky is the limit for her.
There's no stopping Serena. Her 23rd major title.
With a straight set win over her sister last night, Serena Williams, number 23. She's alone for most titles in the open era. 1 win behind Margaret Court for most Grand Slam titles all time with 24. It's also her 7th Australian Open title. Remarkable.
And first time she didn't drop a set. She just dominated 35. She's only getting better. And I know one thing, don't ever underestimate a Williams. They keep getting better and improving. And I think that, to me, more than anything, their outside interest has helped them more on the tennis court.
We saw last night it was a bit of a scratchy start. We often see that between the sisters.
4
Brad, they're
breaks to start off, and it took a little while for this match to get going. And once Serena dialed in her serve and started to let her shots go, to me, she just has more power and the movement, and she really opened up in the second set. I felt the level of the tennis at the end of the match was the best it had been, and I felt like that was when the crowd finally got really engaged on the rallies.
In fact, Serena told us after the match she had to close it and close it quickly because she could feel Venus coming on stronger and stronger as the match went on.
Amazing athletes, amazing careers, and when people have said, no, you cannot, they have consistently and constantly said, yes, we can. Amazing.
You know, I've been thinking about it all day. You know, what's my Mount Rushmore of the 4 athletes of all time? Serena is on that mantle. Serena, Michael Phelps, Bolt, Michael Jordan. That's my Mount Rushmore if I get 4 to put on for right now.
She would love to hear that because you didn't say female athlete.
No,
she is a spectacular athlete.
Actually, I agree with him, actually. Yeah.
Well done by both of you. Let's move on and go back to the match tonight. The two most popular tennis players in the world, they're friends, they're rivals, and they're meeting for a championship for the first time in almost 6 years. It's coming up, Roger and Rafa.
After Wimbledon, the race was on for Australia, really, trying to make it for here. By giving myself 6 months, I had enough time, except if I had some setbacks, and I never had that. It was an interesting last 6 months, to say the least. I actually think I'm going to be quite calm now, because it maybe is one of the rare times that I did really come here truly believing that I was not going to win this tournament.
And there it is, vintage Federer. He's back.
That is an understatement.
Now the legend writes another chapter.
He's got to go to bed sleeping at night saying, I can win this thing.
I start to dream a little bit, but at the same time, I'm really reminding myself I am on the comeback.
More relief than joy from Federer, but he has fought hard to get back to the Australian Open final.
And it's not supposed to be easy, a 20-year career. You're always going to go through some ups and downs, and same for Rafa, same for me. Nevertheless, I think I'll be actually quite relaxed, quite calm, and that makes me maybe potentially more dangerous in the bigger moments, because I might play like I have nothing to lose.
If he wins here tonight, he will be the first man in history to win 3 major titles 5 or more times. And of course, Rafa will complete his 2nd career Grand Slam. Jason Goodall joins us now as Darren Cahill has made his way down courtside. Jason, the big question between these players is, how do you strategize when there are no secrets?
It's not easy, and of course you're absolutely spot on. We all know, as far as Rafa's concerned, his game's always been based around his ferocious forehand, and I think that's the key to victory as far as he's concerned this evening. If we go inside the point, we'll take a closer look at that shot. He can generate an incredible amount of racket head speed. That in turn allows him to hit with more spin than almost anybody else, certainly more than Roger. So his forehand is hit with a nice high percentage height over the net, but the crucial aspect is how it reacts viciously with the court surface and bounces up so high. So historically, Nadal's game plan against Roger is relatively simple. This, his favorite pattern of play. He's hit 67% of his forehands to Federer's backhand in all of their previous meetings. And this presents Roger with a unique problem. This graphic illustrates the average contact point of Roger's topspin backhand in these championships, just 2 feet 9 inches off the ground. Look at the height differential when we throw in the average Nadal cross-court forehand. So this constantly takes Roger out of his comfort zone. So I think the key to victory tonight will be Roger defending aggressively out of that backhand corner. If he can, he gives himself a fighting chance. It's not going to be easy.
Well, I think the key for Federer, believe it or not, comes down to one simple shot, the serve. He's got to hit about 65% first serves. He's got to get free points, aces, and those killer 1-2s. That sets the table for his mojo. When he hits his spots, Jason, on the serve, I feel like that absolutely opens up his game. He's not the biggest server, but I call him, he's a dime server. You drop a dime and he hits it. Look at that, it's not that big of a serve, but that's a working position where he wants to be. Here's one of those good first serves, sets it up, attack, easy point. That's the kind of points that frees him up for his entire game. Once again, a little sneaking serve and volley. That's exactly what he needs for variety. For Rafa, believe it or not, I think the most important shot for him is to be able to take Roger to the forehand side of the court. He always expects you to beat him the backhand, but it's the killer inside-out lefty forehand to the forehand and the backhand cross. Take him to the forehand, more space to the backhand. That's where it all opens up.
Yeah, that's the combination of those two shots.
One of the intangibles, people have asked about the weather. Roof closed, open. It's a gorgeous night. No chance that
77 degrees at first ball.
All right, tail of the tape.
I've been thinking about it all day. Let's take a look, Jason, at the tail of the tape. We'll start with the forehand. That's obvious. 3 checks each.
Yep.
The backhand, I'll surprise you here. 3 checks each. Different backhands, but 3 checks each. The serve, I give Roger the edge, 3-2. Much better second serve. The return of serve, I think both of them not their best strengths, 2-2. This is going to surprise you. Volleys, 3-3. Killer was disheveled by this. Movement, I give the edge, believe it or not, to Rafa, even though movement is beautiful for Roger. And intangibles, this one will surprise you. The sequel for Rafa, he did it again in 2009. Sometimes the movie's better 8 years on. And legacy is at stake for Roger. He can add to his mystique, but if he doesn't, there's kryptonite on the other side of the net.
I'm surprised in intangibles you didn't add the scar tissue from all of those previous losses. Do you think that's going to be a factor for Fed?
Well, Rafa only thinks about one match at a time. He doesn't think that
he's got issues with Fed, right?
There's no doubt that's going to creep in there. That's why it's 16 checks apiece. But I've got Rafa winning in 4 tight sets.
And give me your prediction.
Okay. You know what this is?
Pie.
Aussie version of humble pie. Now, you were very angry with me at the US Open, weren't you, when I said, Rafa, take him out of the big four, he's not going to win any more majors. And, of course, Rafa's fans were furious and have been for the last 6 months. So I'm going to take my punishment like a man, okay? I'm going to dig in there. I'm picking Rafa to win in 4. And for all the Rafa fans, I'm really sorry, okay?
Fantastic. By the way, Brad Gilbert had it right last night. He called Serena 6-4, 6-4 over Venus. So you just keep eating away.
Eat that humble pie.
I will.
You need a bit more humility, Jason Goodall. Fantastic. You know what I'm calling for? Do you care? Federer, first win over Nadal.
No way.
Since 2007 Wimbledon.
No way.
Nice.
Interesting. Nice.
Brave, if nothing else. Let's get it to the guys who are calling this match. Enjoy it, everyone. Cherish it. It's Chris Fowler and the McEnroe brothers, John and Patrick, and of course, Darren is now courtside.
And welcome, folks, in the wee hours. The U.S. is the least convenient time zones to savor this. We appreciate your commitment, but you have to be here for this. Federer, Nadal, XXXV. Rogers the first out of the locker room. Make this champions walk. His practice was private, closed to the public. Looked very relaxed. Patrick,
doesn't look as relaxed as he normally does,
No.
Chris. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, he doesn't expend too much energy on the practice court, that's for sure.
Nadal, as is typical, will be second out of the locker room. He had 1 day less rest, has spent much more time on court, was out here almost 5 hours in the semi. But his practice was pretty energized. I thought he showed good energy.
Yes, thank you.
Lower seed walks out first.
We've seen this before, but we didn't know we'd see it again, so enjoy.
Maybe one of the loudest and warmest walkout ovations we've seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the men's singles final of the Australian Open Tennis Championship of 2017, please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Switzerland, Roger Federer. From Spain, Rafael Nadal.
Each man walking past the trophy. A trophy that Federer has earned 4 times, but most recently in 2010. Nadal has his one and only Aussie title the year before in 09 by beating Federer in a 5-set final a couple days after an epic semifinal. So shades of deja vu. This gorgeous evening. This is not a time machine surrounding a tennis court. It just feels like it. This is 2017, and we are thrilled to be squeezed together in our foxhole watching this one, as I'm sure you are at home. I mean, let's celebrate the hard work and the good fortune it took to bring this match together. But, John, we also have to acknowledge the weight that this match carries for both players and for their fans. What's at stake besides that trophy tonight?
Well, I mean, there's a tremendous amount at stake. I mean, to me, they are already the two greatest players that ever lived. We weren't sure about Rafa with the health issues, more so than Roger, who hadn't been injured before last July. I think the upside is bigger for Rafa. I think that before the event and for many years, Chris, I was talking and saying I just didn't think Roger could go all the way. When I saw him early in this event, I said he had turned the clock back. He was moving better than he had the last 5 or 6 years. So I thought maybe he could win it. The draws opened up in a way. He hasn't had to play Murray or Djokovic, which has helped him quite a bit. And the fact, I believe, in this, people have talked about, we could talk about this for hours, and we have been, the build-up, the better forehand, the bigger serve.
And we will again.
And we will again. But Rafa playing for 5 hours, yes, he did that 8 years ago against Verdasco and came back and beat Rogers, but I think this time it's going to have more an effect. Roger's going to be more attuned to that. I think earlier he had the extra day off, so I'm thinking he's going to get a typically great start and put a lot of pressure. He's going to want to do that sooner, and I think the court suits him. If he's ever going to win a major again, I believe right here, I think he's going to pull it off.
Rafa, this is Egan. Egan, Rafa. Thanks.
James Kiatafong of UK's in the chair tonight.
Can we pose for some photos, please?
Doesn't Rafa look exhausted from that match, doing double knee jumps already?
A photo few thought they'd see again before a Grand Slam final.
Okay, gentlemen, the same format as your last matches. Using Hawkeye, please let me know in a clear and timely manner when you'd like to challenge. Any questions? No? Okay, Egan, you got your coin? Okay, who would you like to ask? Rafa, heads or tails? Heads is called. Great toss. Heads. Serve. Okay, have a great match.
Rafa with the serve, gonna serve first.
Roger as cool as can be. Rafa as pumped up as can be. And I'm interested, John, to hear you say that you think Federer's can win the first set. I actually think he has to win the first set to have a chance to win this match, because when you go back through their history, and I think the history and the scar tissue that the guys talked about is actually very important in the head of Roger Federer. And so I think if Federer's got to get off quickly, if he doesn't, if the sets get long, if it gets to 5-all in a set, I just think the edge swings to Nadal in a big way, because he knows exactly what he wants to do. And for Federer, there's a lot of question marks about what his strategy is as the match gets tighter.
The new wrinkle for Rafa, Carlos Moya is the coach, the fellow Mallorcan who was a finalist here 20 years ago. They've used some different tactics, some different serve patterns, some different return positions. Do you try to mix with what's been a winning hand, John, or stick with what got Nadal all those wins over?
Oh, I'd absolutely stick with what he's been doing. Carlos has certainly been a shot in the arm. There's no doubt. I think the body serve is key against a lot of the top players, so he will absolutely use that. I do think, even though he likes that big swinging cross-court forehand, that he'll try to whip it down the line. He's got to keep Roger honest there. That's big. His spring forward has been excellent. Will it be that good today? You got to watch very carefully to see how his movement is.
Can Federer create enough break opportunities against the Nadal serve? Remember when he used to have trouble converting them?
Right.
Now he's had trouble creating them.
Well, the truth of the matter is that the gap has widened over the years in the head-to-head. It's been Nadal who's been more dominant the more recent matches they've played. So it's really going to be up to Federer to bring his aggressive game and serve exceptionally well.
But he's going to do that. There's no question he's going to do that on this quick court. This is the quickest court they've ever played here at the Australian.
Will that play a part? So, Fed fans, Raphaelites, we know this match carries anxiety for you, but settle in, enjoy if you can. It doesn't have to be a fantasy or a dream. It's about to get very real. ...2017 Federer versus Nadal in a Grand Slam final. In your imagination, could you have conceived it?
I'm surprised how far I've gotten. That I did really come here truly believing that I was not going to win this tournament. Now that things have gone well, I think now you are allowed to start dreaming.
I am not sure of almost anything in life. Everything is not sure, and you cannot predict what's going on.
it's not supposed to be easy, a 20-year career. You're always going to go through some ups and downs, and same for Rafa, same for me. After playing so many epic finals in Grand Slams in the past, that we can do it one more time.
The victory is so important, but at this point of our careers is even more important that we can compete.
Once you've tasted it, I hope you know how much this means to me. You know what it feels like. You know what it could be like.
The trophy is there. One winner, one loser. My expectations always when I'm playing tennis are try to fight for everything. If I don't believe that I can fight for it, I probably will not be here.
I gotta go into this match feeling like I've got nothing to lose. The world is happy to see it, and they're curious to find out what's gonna happen, and of course so am I.
There's not many opportunities to play matches like this. I want to be a special one, and I don't want to miss it.
And the two legends, two of the greatest rivals in the history of sport, back here to fight for yet another championship.
Federer versus Nadal in a Grand Slam final. In your imagination, did you have conceived it?
Let's not frame this like the legends' last hurrah. Who knows, maybe this run to the final for each of them will launch a successful 2017. But in any case, let's just savor and enjoy it. Courtside seat for Darren Cahill in your home nation. Darren, what are you feeling out there tonight?
Well, I'm certainly feeling the buzz in the stadium here, and it's been going on all day in Melbourne. In fact, I was in breakfast this morning, and Margaret Court ran into me and stopped and talked. Really the first time I've really spoken to Margaret at length, and all she wanted to talk about was this match, and it's kind of been the theme. It's a perfect night for tennis. It's about 77 degrees at the moment. Should drop about 5 or 6 degrees as the night goes along. Again, a little bit of breeze always blowing the same way, so Federer will have the breeze in that first game. I did go out and watch the two guys warm up, completely different warm-ups. Nadal was on court 16, about 2,000 people out there, and he warmed up like he plays, close to 100%, banging the backhand cross-court, working that high topspin forehand cross to the Federer backhand. Then we went across to watch the Federer warm-up. That was on Margaret Court Arena, a closed session, nobody in there, and we know that Roger can warm up pretty slowly. If he has 5 gears, normally his warm-up's in second gear. Well, today it was in first gear, so we couldn't really work out how that groin feels. He didn't really move fast to any ball, but the first few games will be key. Chris, I've got to say, an absolute honor to be here. Sit back and enjoy.
You too, Darren. Each man's come through 2 5-setters. Nadal against young challengers, Sasha Zverev. And then, of course, Dimitrov here a couple of nights ago. Federer against top 5 players, Nishikori and Wawrinka, wearing them down physically and mentally in 5-setters.
Well, this is really one of the big, if not the biggest question, is how each of these two great champions are going to bounce back from those tough matches. Nadal, we know, is the greatest competitor in the history of the sport of tennis on the male side for sure. And he brings that to the table, and it looks to me like that's making Roger noticeably more uptight here in the beginning. He certainly doesn't want to be in first, second, third, I don't even think fourth gear starting this match.
Yeah, he needs to be in fifth right from the get-go.
It's the first time going back 20 years at any major that both players have entered a final having played multiple 5-setters. Think about that. It's potentially a big factor tonight. May not turn out to be. We're about to find out.
Well, certainly the crowd will look to energize either or both of them if necessary, if they are feeling something. But wow, I didn't think I'd actually see this again.
Well, Roger did say after his win over Wawrinka on court that he was willing to go as hard as he can. He said, if I can't walk for 5 months, so be it. Well, we'll see if he's going to have to go that far.
Nadal won the toss, chose to serve to begin this dream final for the 2017 Aussie Open title and a lot more.
First set, Rafael Nadal to serve. Ready, play.
I'm going to be interested as well to see what Federer does with Nadal's serve that he's trying to jam with or go wide. What if he's going to step further to his left? Almost all the times they played, he hasn't done that.
Kjaerbye offering confirmation that it was long. But he should have challenged. The ball was on the baseline.
I think he felt like it was in, but too early to challenge in his mind. There goes the match. I still am surprised when I don't see him stand at least a foot or so further to his left.
He's tried it at moments in matches, but he's never stuck to it as a game plan.
Rafa very sharp in the opening game. Federer less so. Holds it love.
First game.
Federer's serve has been effective in this tournament.
Very
effective. You feel he has to have some of the patented minute-and-a-half holds of serve, a couple of set, because it's been a problem in recent matchups. He's had to fight to hold serve too often.
Well, the conditions, as John talked about, have helped him on his serve during this tournament. But this is where he's going to absolutely have to rely on that, hitting his spots on his serve. He's going to use this wide serve a lot in the deuce court.
Now we got to see where Nadal stands. Is he going to start closer up or further back? He's done more moving in matches than Roger has.
Roger Federer to serve.
As it cools off, it doesn't move through the air quite as quick. That should help Rafa.
Fun to see these points that we've seen played hundreds, if not thousands of times. That's been a winning play for Nadal.
Not fun for Federer to play that kind of point, especially this early. He's got to find a way to avoid that type of rally consistently, as that would spell trouble.
Thank you.
The practice Darren mentioned, Nadal worked a lot on returns in the ad court, as he typically does. That's the court where Federer's been able to create lots of problems for him.
Well, he's going to cause problems for him with that serve. That is an awesome serve, and that's where he has a decided edge.
Interesting that he's elected to go far back in the ad court as he is here and closer to the baseline in the deuce court so far. And the reason he's doing that is because he wants to prevent the wide serve to his backhand in the deuce court. The wide serve out in the ad court is not going to bother him as much because it's a kick and it's also into his forehand.
The righties always whine that lefties have the edge with it on the ad court, which they do. But you know, get the one in the deuce court, so you're up. So you don't get down 30-40.
So now he's much closer to the baseline to return this serve and this side.
And Federer holds for 1-all. Darren, can you tell the crowd percentage pulling for Federer versus Rafa?
Actually, no. When the two players came out on the entry into the court, it was actually 50-50. Big, loud roars for both players. And I've got to say, it's fairly evenly split. Nadal has a lot of people that like him here in Melbourne because of the way he competes. No question about it.
Well, you know damn well they won 5 sets. Whoever, you know, so. That is a given.
Should tell you, the odds makers have made 5 sets the most likely length of this match. That's pretty unusual.
This is the kind of point Federer wants to see. 93-mile-per-hour forehand winner, and the forehand's starting to. It's early, and it's heating up already. Did a couple of huge ones.
How much aggression can he take with that backhand?
I think he can be aggressive. Hit over it? Well, I think he should hit over it. I think he should be a little safer early. You know, go more towards the middle, get his feel. He knows what's coming. If he hits a solid ball with some depth, he won't be able to hurt him too much, Nadal, I don't think. Nadal started to do more where he's kicked it out wide to the righty's forehand, so he needs to be on that. Yeah, I think that return's good enough. So, little deeper, but he had a good look at that ball. Second shot.
And maybe with a little extra quickness off the feet, he might have been able to hit a forehand on that. I wonder how often he's going to look to do that, Federer. You know Nadal's going to do it at every opportunity he gets.
I still can't believe I'm watching these two guys in the finals of a slam. This is too good to be true.
No, can't get there. Dead net court.
40-30.
Unlucky, obviously, because this would have given him an early break point.
This one here was thinking about coming back to Nadal's side, but I mentioned that little bit of breeze that's just floating here. I think just kicked it over to Federer's side.
Game Nadal.
On serve. Early stages in Melbourne. If you don't have one of the precious 15,000 tickets for Laver, you can drink a beer, have a picnic outside. They're also selling tickets tonight to the second court, Margaret Court Arena, for $30. You can go inside, watch on the screen. It's filling up gradually, and as an added perk, the winner will parade the trophy from here next door to that arena.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
It's the first time they've done that.
We hope the last.
Come on, John. Revenue streams.
I mean, come on.
That time Nadal moving way back to return the second serve. He's always tinkering.
On the other end of the spectrum tonight, you've got these courtside seats that are new this year, patterned after the NBA front row, going for about 24 grand Australian tonight. So
a piece?
20,000 a piece?
A piece.
You get a nice meal and some cocktails.
Does that at least go to charity?
It goes to their favorite charity.
That's well done by Roger. Starting to get the gears going from third to fourth. So he can't afford to hang back, I don't think.
How much should the net game be a part of his tactics tonight?
I think a net game is going to be the difference between winning and losing. He's got to have that spring enough to move forward and take it to Rafa.
Of course, the problem is, how do you approach Nadal? Dimitrov in the semis, Patrick, had a pretty good percentage when he came to net, but it just becomes tough to stick to the tactics as the match wears on.
Well, you have to. I mean, this is a combination he's looking for the most part. He's not looking to chip and charge and come in, but he's looking to take the ball early, be aggressive.
What tactic would that be, by the way? I mean, it sort of depends what shot you get, but it's not as if Nadal doesn't have a great backhand.
Darren, let me ask you from courtside, do you see anything in Rafa's movement that would indicate that the five-setter the other day has an impact here?
No, not for the starter. He looks very sharp, and he looks sharp in his warm-up today, and he looks to be very good. I don't think Roger's going at 100% just yet, so I still think he can get to another gear, but needs to serve well, and so far it's been working well. There's no other guys that 5 hours more time on court can mean nothing, and that's Nadal.
Never won a final to be impacted by somebody's physical problem.
I would test him and just make him run if in doubt with balls like that early, especially.
15 love.
I saw some stat, you probably have it, Chris, but he's something like Rafa, that is, 8-0 after winning a five-setter in a major. I mean, some incredible
He's
record.
got a winning streak of it, yeah.
That's pretty.
That's good recovery powers.
Pretty commendable.
Very satisfying for him, guys, to break that streak of 3 5-set losses in a row at majors, which began with Verdasco loss here in the first round a year ago. But the wins over young Zverev and then against Dimitrov in that war Got his 5-set mojo back.
Maybe we can get Rafa and Patrick after the tournament to come back to New York with us and talk with Melo. You know, Carmelo next, because I think this year they're 0-10 back-to-backs.
About digging deep.
Well, you know, bouncing back quickly.
There's that body serve. And it jams Federer in a comfortable hole. He jumps back in front 3-2. Nothing close to a break point yet. Darren talked about Rafa's movement. What do you guys see from Federer, who took that medical timeout before the 5th set against Wawrinka? What he said was upper leg problem.
I agree with Darren. I think he's not quite at top gear yet with his movement, not that explosive yet. But because the conditions are quick, it's, you know, he's only had 2 service games, but the serves look pretty good.
You don't know if that is the groin. You don't know if it's nerves. You don't know if it's a combo. You don't know if it's because he didn't go hard in the warm-up. Time is going to soon tell. But right now, to me, watching him, because I've watched every match he's played, he doesn't seem to be moving as well as he did in the other matches.
He almost admitted that timeout was as much tactical as it was medical, because Wawrinka had taken a timeout earlier in the match. So he sort of sheepishly said that.
Well, we assume that
when he left the court, which he doesn't.
Although he has talked about, he talked in the post-match interview on court about this being an issue of the groin a little bit since the 2nd or 3rd day of the tournament. Imagine how well he would have moved if his groin wasn't.
They tell that to Thomas Burdick. See, that shot right there is, I think, the key to tonight's match, because it's allowing Federer to win some quick points because he can flatten this ball out, and the conditions here with the surface and the balls have helped him be able to do that easily.
40 love. Conditions that they changed, at least in terms of the court. Last year, they say no change in speed. This year, the ball's slightly different. The amount of air inside the ball, the felt is lighter.
Balls aren't fluffing up as much. They're getting more like BB, smaller, if anything, and that's going to help Roger.
There it is again. That's the kind of service game that not only is great for him because it saves his energy, but it can put pressure on Nadal, whose serve, as John said, is more susceptible, and especially the second serve.
Fresh frame for Roger, the game before the ball change. The players have enjoyed the fact that, John, as you said, they're not fluffing up these tennis balls, and so the difference between the end of the cycle and the fresh balls isn't nearly as dramatic. They can be more consistent with it.
Well, most of the players have enjoyed it.
Especially these two.
These two. He does that when he's the game before, when he doesn't want to serve with the new racket. So if it times out that he's returning, he won't do this. Lord knows it wouldn't matter either way the way he plays. That one game. That is, to me, a very safe return.
Do you like him doing that, John, or do you like him once in a while trying to move around and hit a forehand? Obviously, if he can hit his backhand that well, that's a great shot. But I'd like to see him move around once in a while, hit a forehand from that same spot.
Well, he can have his cake and eat it too. This is the key one for him. He's got to be able to hit the backhand on this side in particular. I think now he seems to be standing a little farther out, which I think is good for him, even if it's 6 inches to a foot. Oh, he's just got to time that. He's pulling up on it. I'd see. That's where again I'd aim more towards the center of the court until he finds his range. nicely done, stepping into that. And he needed flatter, which is where the court really helps him. Moves through, skids a little bit on Nadal.
15-13.
He noticed the other day that Dimitrov was having a lot of success with that one-hander up the line.
Wonderful point.
Wow.
Both showing the skills that have made them legends, but Federer creates the match's first break points.
Well, first of all, it was the return. That was the best return he's hit on that side for sure. He hung tough, played some great defense, and is rewarded for it.
Thank you.
And Federer breaks first. There's a challenge from Nadal. He's hold on. He's walking to his chair like he doesn't really believe.
I don't believe he believes. I don't think anyone thinks this is in.
And it was out. So 4-3 for Federer with the break.
Game Federer.
Early break to Federer. And for Roger, in these head-to-heads, oftentimes it's been a nightmare converting break points. There was a French Open match, John, 1 for 17. Remember that? There was a 1 for 13 break point conversion against Nadal. It was here in Australia. He grabs the first one that he sees.
Well, he picked it up. First of all, his movement was better. He hit his backhand better on that ad court. So a lot of good signs for Roger.
Now he gets to serve with new balls after routine last service game. In fact, the last two, he's won 7 consecutive points, serving so far at 63%. And he's winning those kinds of points, which is what he needs.
15-11.
Meanwhile, Nadal sort of searching for his return position. He's not quite sure where he wants to be.
I know he worked hard and he had a tough practice, but I think there's a little signs, you know, especially when he's trying to go back behind and deal with those shots that Roger's throwing at him, that he doesn't quite have it all back yet to me.
Physically, you mean, the spring?
Physically, the spring, I don't see that.
Talked about the need for quick, efficient Federer-like holds, which he can do in a minute and a half, 2 minutes or faster. And we've seen him so often stretch the lead just like this.
This is service game number 2,147 that he's won in 1
less than a minute,
10 seconds or less.
5-3.
Federer leads by 5 games to 3.
Ace wrapping up a minute 10 long service game. They have the clock on everything.
We've seen this before.
You get a little look over from Nadal. Take an extra look at that mark. 2 aces. He has not lost a point, Federer, when he's gotten the first serve in play. 11 for 11.
It won't be long in my mind before Nadal starts standing in closer on the return. Right now he's trying to buy himself a little time because I think he is a little sluggish. Why wouldn't he be? I mean, 5 hours. That was one of the most physical matches I've seen ever.
I reminded him that he'd done the same thing in 2009, and he said, yeah, but that was 7, 8 years ago.
Exactly. Even him may be a little bit human. You'll see him change gears, become more aggressive, stand closer on the return, go bigger on his shots.
Yeah, just his second forehand winner.
He's not going to win as many free points on his serve.
And Federer stepped around on the first point of this game to take a forehand. Let's see if he does it again. Nope. 13-15. Nadal got him.
Well, that's a serve Nadal's been working on clearly to try to get guys like Roger to think twice about running around and hitting forehands. That's just too good.
Didn't quite scamper to the backhand corner with the explosiveness you sometimes see. Well hit return. Vamos from Nadal, who holds. Federer will serve for the first set of this final. They call it Fed Square for Federation, not Federer. Short walk from the courts downtown Melbourne.
They
A lot
may
of Fed
change it
fans
after
there
tonight if this keeps.
How much does it cost there?
I believe, John,
a beer?
That's a free beer.
Free beer. Big crowd there.
Thank you.
Importance of this game and this set and the 11 wins that Federer has over Nadal. 9 of the 11 came after winning the first set. Put it another way, he has not beaten Nadal anywhere after losing the first set in 10 years.
Big game.
15. Suffice to say, yes.
How many times has he lost to him after winning the first set?
A couple more. We'll have the answer to that. It happened most recently in Cincinnati.
and 11 is their career head-to-head for Rafa Nadal. Good serving from Roger the great majority of the set. Great serve. Oh yeah.
Wow. Only dropped 1 point when he's made the first serve, and only 4 points total on serve in the set, and has a couple set points.
He told them before the match he'd lose 4 points on the first set. You know he'd take that in a heartbeat.
Game.
Fed fans on their feet as he grabs the opening set in little more than a half hour.
By 6-4.
Extremely clean opening set by Roger Federer. Came to net efficiently, served well, 4 aces. Nadal has left the court in a pit stop as Federer has just sat there. Picture of calm focus.
Momentum swing already. Rafa feeling the pressure. We know he sweats a lot, but clearly part of it was due to the fact that this guy, the great Roger Federer, was able to pick his game up, his energy up, his movement improve, take it to Nadal. The court, as we talked about, did help him, certainly help him win a lot of free points on the serve. And now he's like, where's that guy? I want a piece of him. Oh, here he is. He's back.
Pretty strong trend for the first set winner. Nadal's had more success turning it around after losing the first set than Federer has.
I mean, you could not have drawn up an opening set any better for Roger Federer. I mean, the serving we talked about, but also what I liked that he did was the tempo of the rallies was in his favor. There was a couple grinding points, one of which he won, that helped him set up the break. I even like the fact that he took some chances on the second serve, missed some returns on the second serve return, because that's playing into the style and the tempo that he wants and not allowing Nadal to get into those grinding, punishing type rallies.
One of the questions that have to be in his mind is that against this one guy, sometimes even Federer's A game or A+ game hasn't been good enough over best of 5 sets.
I think his A or A+ game will win him this match on this court. Even against someone and that he's had so much difficulty against career-wise, head-to-head-wise, matchup-wise. The ferocious competitor, obviously, Nadal. Let's see what he comes up with.
He is hitting that backhand so flat at the moment. I can actually see the Wilson sign as it's flying by me, and he's hitting it much flatter than what he normally does. And that's why sometimes it's cutting down the reaction time for Nadal. It's making him look a little bit slow, but he's playing risky off the backhand, and he's timing it as well as I've ever seen.
I think he noticed in the semis what Dimitrov was doing to him with that backhand, that flatter one up the line, and he's hurting Nadal.
That match featured a lot more grinding baseline rallies than Federer wants to get into tonight, right, John?
I agree, but Nadal is also a genius, you know, so he's noticed and feels the need to switch things up and for him to be more aggressive and come in where he's had a lot of success. Not been much to net so far, 3 for 3 for the entire match. I expect that will change. Start to move in more.
Federer leading the wrong way. Holds open the second set. Let's go inside the point, guys.
Well, the backhand from Federer has been up to the challenge so far. As you see Nadal, this is a point that he likes. He's got Federer on the move, but good, safe backhand right there. And this is the one where he gets Nadal out of position quickly and wins the point, just with that one down the line backhand. Here again, Nadal's trying to go to his go-to play, but it's Federer that takes the offensive. And then that was in the game that he broke. That beautiful swinging volley brought him to break point.
He actually seems to be hitting his backhand as well or better than his forehand right now, where he made a couple errors that last game. Certainly doesn't want the forehand to let him down ultimately. Nadal then much closer, and you notice he's making a real attempt to slow things down. He took the break, he left the court, he's kept Roger waiting there another 15-20 seconds, gets a double, alters his service position, all expected. How will Roger deal with it?
Mr. Laver in the front row, watching his favorite player right near him. That's more running than Roger wants to do. And that deep position produced a big looping deep return.
Well, you got to hand it to Nadal to solve problems quickly, because he's making a real effort to stand in closer now, which seems like a very sensible idea.
That one goes Federer's way.
Yeah, it's his turn.
1-1 now.
Yeah. All in leg courts.
Yeah. 30 all.
How's Mirko going to handle this if it goes 5? Again, Nadal, second time in this game, went right to that side, was waiting for a forehand.
Well, the problem with hitting that inside-out forehand is that you can't get back to cover the line if a guy guesses right.
This is Nadal's first look at a break point.
Went back to the forehand again. Juice.
That court stays on Federer's side. You enjoyed this, guys?
Just a touch.
Advantage Nadal.
Second break point.
We got another 3 hours to go. All right.
Hope so. Big points, proven game plan. Hammer away at the Federer backhand corner, and Nadal breaks for the first time.
Yeah, he put a little extra air under those forehands as well to get him up higher. As you said, Chris, this is in his go-to play over the years against Federer, and it pays off there.
They say that he's got the most spin of any player on that forehand side.
Jack Sock, they say, gives him a go, the American.
Sock right there with him.
Yep.
Well, you can see how difficult it is to deal with when it starts jumping up like that. Especially for a one-hander.
Rafa has reset at the start of the second set and come out strong.
Love.
Both forehands, all-time great shots. It's Nadal starting to hit it with more authority, finding himself here.
It's been effective for Federer, that quick return at the feet of Nadal. Take time away. Another good job there. Like the way he's taking it to him on that backhand return.
30-40.
And a break back point.
Be ready to hit the same shot again. Concern would be that he's starting to spray that forehand too much.
And Nadal's going there quite a bit, especially with his inside-out forehand. She worked on a lot on the practice court earlier today.
Nadal told me at the beginning of the tournament that The forehand was the off-season concern. I asked him what one shot do you want to get better this year. He says get back to the forehand, make my opponent feel pain every time I hit it, as he has over the years.
Hasn't he caused enough pain with that? Apparently
Well,
not.
You know, he hit it tight in some big moments in recent years.
That's the backhand that it was hitting in the first set. It's a risky play and there's no spin on it whatsoever, but it's just not giving Rafa the time to react, and it's skipping through the surface. That's nearly underspin that he's playing that backhand with.
Is that really going across the net so you can read the logo? It's that flat?
I can see the black logo clearly as it goes past. There is no spin on that ball whatsoever.
What a volley.
What a stab volley.
It does not get any better than that at net.
This guy's 35, John?
Not just reach it, right, John, but poke it deep in the corner.
Exactly. That's what he meant to do. It's like a wand, a magic wand in his hand.
Another chance to get back on serve. That's a nicely saved break point by Nadal.
Juice.
First extended game of this final. The chances you think this game proves to be crucial to the set, Patrick? Nadal could get out of this trouble, get to 3-love.
That would be huge, no doubt. A lot more the types of points that he wants to play. The extended rallies, getting the ball with a little more height on it. Pushing Federer out into his forehand corner as well.
And Nadal, not many big first serves in that game, but manages to stretch the lead to 3-love, fights up a couple break points. Later today, after you grab a nap, you can watch the Thunder and the Cavs, a good one on ABC. LeBron and Russell Westbrook. Coverage tips off with NBA Countdown at 3 Eastern. Then Cavs Thunder half hour later on ABC, also on the Watch ESPN app.
You know, I've watched Nadal for so many years, and Roger did a lot of good things there, including trying to go behind Nadal on a couple of those backhands. You mentioned the air on the forehand, which is true, and he was handling the high backhand on his side pretty well. Have you ever seen a guy able to seemingly be maybe caught or off balance, or possibly the ball a little behind him, and then able to rifle the backhand and just put you on major defense better than Nadal? I mean, it's unbelievable talent.
Seats quickly, please.
And strength too, right? Core strength to torque that shot, moving away from the court.
It's just
That one right there. Yeah.
I didn't think it was possible when I first started watching him when he played the French at like 15, 16. I'm like, nah, you can't do that consistently.
He wasn't quite that young. He was 18 when he first showed up.
Was he? I thought he was
Monte Carlo. He played
12.
at 16.
He was amazing, but not that amazing. Remember, he won it the first time.
It's pretty amazing.
Well, as you said, John, the forehand's really spraying now from Federer. He's missed a ton in this set. He's got 8 unforced and only 2 winners. Now it's 9 total forehand errors. That is really letting him down in this set.
Oh, that drops in. And Rafa is rolling. 3 chances to go up double break.
I mean, superb adjustments tactically and intensity-wise. Again, why should we be surprised?
Thanks.
But playing fast as Roger does when you're losing points, the servers can get away from you like that.
I was just thinking that. It's so true. Maybe it'd be a time where he pulls back that little bit.
He's not, though. Still playing quickly.
Certainly a must game. If he has any hope of coming back in this set.
Forehand misfires again. And Nadal in 24 minutes has sprinted to a 4-love lead in the second.
What do you do when your bread and butter is toast? It's just gotten black. You know, you kept it in the toaster too long.
Bread and butter with Vegemite on it, which is not a good taste.
I like it down here.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, killer.
It's a bit rough. It's true. Men at Work made us think about it with their song. You know, like, what is that?
The frustration in that forehand cut. Nikki Singh, a researcher, passed along a note that surprised me. You know, Nadal has not won a slam final away from Roland Garros after losing the first set. Actually 0-5. All slams besides Paris.
We wish you a good night.
we have a lot of slams to choose from with these guys.
I doubt that would make Federer feel any better at the moment. That stat.
Or the 2 forehands he hit because he's 2 breaks down. Suppose slightly better.
Not that hot out, but clearly quite humid as both guys are lathered up.
It's about 75 degrees, Patrick, but not really expected to drop too low tonight because they're expecting 100 degrees in Melbourne tomorrow.
Good time to leave town. And no breeze out there, Darren? Very calm?
Not really to speak of.
Well, behind 4-love, Federer playing with some freedom in this game, creates a break-back point. Get one of them back.
I feel good and bad because he's frustrated that he let it slip this far away, and then he's hit 3 forehand winners this game. It just wasn't happening for him until this point at all in this set.
Federer on the board in the second gets one of the breaks back for 1. Doing the wave. This has been a great 4-day holiday weekend. Australia Day was on Thursday. Most folks took off work Friday, except those involved in the tennis. And a beautiful weekend of weather here. Excellent conditions for this dream final. So far, both players look to be in good physical form. Nothing carrying over from the 5-set semifinals that we can see. Certainly good news.
Federer asked the umpire to get one of the ball kids out to, I think, wipe up the perspiration that's right around the baseline where he's about to serve.
Nadal doing a lot of sweating. You can see it dripping off his forehead when he serves. Doesn't want anything to happen to that knee again. There's Exhibit A right there. Thank you, Bobby Feller. Good timing.
Let's for service. Mr. Federer is challenging a call on the right center.
Bit of a predicament, you think, Pat, for Federer? How much energy do you have to put forth to even possibly win this set? I mean, he's gotten one break back, so now he's going to clearly make more of an effort.
Had Nadal held, he could have perhaps won the set quickly. But
now he's going to
now you'd have Roger dig in, you think?
Yeah, of course. Doesn't pay off.
Beautiful timing on that backhand. Read the cross square beautifully.
Well, maybe he's just going to say, I'm going to give it as much of an effort as Nadal, which is more than anyone's ever been able to do on a court, I believe. So, battle every single point.
Showing off some pretty darn good movement his last couple of points.
40 love.
Rafa's turned to swing freely when he's down on the scoreboard.
That was massive.
40-30.
4-2.
This would be one of the few cases, perhaps, where Nadal would be happy to get some new balls. So he gets a little more pop on his own serve to try to level this at a set-all.
How well hit was that backhand? Just on the
he's-
baseline.
I mean, he's been timing it beautifully. And now the forehand, the last couple of games, has come back alive.
15-love.
That's what caused that miss. Caught it a little late. Ball got on him a little quicker than it would have had they had those balls that were 9 games old. Smart serve.
Get the cleanup crew ready.
Love.
Nadal holds the love. Important game to push back against Federer. 5-2. Nadal regrouping well after losing the first set. 6-4. Came out with intent. Got the break right away. Went up double break. And now Federer serve at 2-5. How is Rafa beefed up the forehand from set 1 to set 2, guys? Look at the height of the bounce, how it's increased.
Well, I mean, that's so smart because look how much higher it's getting up in the second set. The average 10 inches higher, and that's
it's like shoulder height.
That's amazing.
I mean, it also feels like, guys, he's made every return both off the first and second serve in this set. What are the stats showing?
Well, that first game that Roger got broken, Darren, he missed a lot of first serves, and he struggled on his second serve points in this set especially. He's won just 3 of 8.
Yeah, no free points in this set.
You're right, very few unreturned.
Well, he made that adjustment where he started to move closer. Some of that trajectory, you know, I know these balls stay fairly small, but they get somewhat beat up, so it's a little bit easier. You get a little more time to whack that forehand. It's not moving through the court maybe quite as quickly. I don't think any of us doubt it was a concerted effort, though, although it was, to me, Federer's forehand that broke down, that caused the biggest problem.
40-15.
Nadal retreats again. Backs off. Somewhat surprisingly.
You guys have talked court speed. The tournament director here, Craig Tiley, felt it necessary to respond to criticisms that the courts have been quickened up with Federer in mind. He's been one of the biggest critics of the slowing down of the hard court surfaces around the world, and Tiley said that is not the case.
That he did it for that it wasn't quicker, or that he didn't do it just for Roger.
Federer. There's Craig right there. Yeah, he's done an awesome job here at this event.
You know how the conspiracy theorists operate. I was surprised that he felt it necessary to respond to that, actually.
He should have said, yeah, I did do it. Okay. You got a problem with that?
If you guys might. I'm not sure the players or the organizers.
I don't have a
5-hour and 53-minute wars of attrition in the final. Like,
I think that was
that's
the biggest reason.
I think it was a great call.
You've got Nadal in the final, and you've got Federer in the final. Two totally different styles of play.
Nadal 2 points from closing out a textbook set for him.
And going right to the well. These first 2 points, serve to the backhand.
To me, Roger moves too much to the side on that return. He doesn't angle it and cut it off. We'll get a little weight forward. Did a better job there, but as expected, it's going to be a set all. Get down 4-love. I mean, that is just too tall an order to come back.
Two strong holds of serve by Nadal to finish off the set. Rafa responds, 1 set apiece in the Australian Open Championship. Each man able to impose his style in one of the 2 sets. Nadal leveling at a set apiece. What's different about this match, guys, is that both are coming off layoffs. We know that Federer, tumbling out of Wimbledon, took the entire second half of 2016 off to rest that knee. He worked with doctors, made that choice. Nadal shutting it down to heal up the wrist. Perhaps wear and tear has been a major theme at this event. The 2 guys that dominated last year, Djokovic and Murray, both out before the quarterfinals, and the 2 guys who had the layoffs, all the questions coming in, all the rust supposedly, they're here in the final.
That's well thought out, actually, and quite true, because I think Murray was hurt by the fact that he had to do so much to finish the year #1. He burnt out, and Djokovic looks mentally burnt out at the moment compared to what he was 6 months earlier. So this rejuvenation and time that they've had to reconsider their careers and realize how great it would be to get another major or be in this position has energized them for sure.
Darren talked about Nadal's improved returning from the first to second set.
That's a major improvement. 94% of first serves and 86% of second serves in play. It's interesting too when you look at the way they train and their regimens. And, Federer even put out a video of himself training with Luca Pouille, who's a French player that beat Nadal last year's U.S. Open. He brings in players to train. He does a lot of fitness and agility work while he's playing tennis. He does quick bursts. That's the way he trains. Nadal, totally different player, trains much differently, longer, focuses more on his endurance, his strength. So they've really adjusted their workout routines over the years to match their physique and their style of play.
Well, one thing among the other things that we've already talked about with Carlos Moya is that they're trying to emphasize a little bit less time on court.
Exactly. When they get to a tournament, exactly. That applies on off days and before a match. Rafa used to go to the gym, then grind away for an hour or so before heading out to play. Moya has changed that a bit. You know, Moya, a fresh voice in the camp that many have called for years, but with an asterisk because he lives a half hour from Nadal in Mallorca. He's the guy that was the first Spanish man to be #1. And I think he's a very influential voice in a short time, more than they really publicly acknowledge.
I think he was, you know, talking with him even when he, you know, over the years. I mean, maybe not last year so much when he was with Raonic.
That's the first time Federer served and volleyed on a second serve.
And from 40 love, it's back to deuce. He's missed 3 straight first serves since building that lead.
Interesting. Nadal had all the success moving closer in the second set. Now he's moving back again.
This is danger time for Federer. Looked like a comfortable hold to begin the set.
40 love. Nadal didn't hit any of those 3 returns in the court. Now he's at break point. The guy never gives in.
Juice. You just can't make that mistake if you're Federer. He waited on that ball, and he's feeling the pressure now. And I think that's part of the reason John Nadal's going back is he senses that Federer's edgy, and he's going to say, you're going to have to make shots now.
Should have served and volleyed on that.
That was an easy forehand right there. Serve is...
Just get the serve to save him.
He needs it now.
Allez in French, says Lubicic. He knows the importance of this game, not to fall down a break. Let Rafa stretch momentum.
He's missed 3 or 4 very makeable shots in this game already.
Let's for service.
Juice. Again, 3 of those out there.
Same spot.
A 4-ace game, and it's still deuce. He's still having a battle to hold.
Thank you.
returned the favor. Hit the backhand, got up high on Rafa.
Yeah. The fact that he was willing to do that was extremely smart at that moment, because he couldn't go for a bigger shot there. So he bided his time. He was lucky that he got the error there. Maybe he surprised Rafa.
Nadal way back again. He wants to turn this into a road war.
Federer.
Huge hold, Chris.
Yeah, he had to battle from 40-love. It looked easy. Ended up being anything but. If you couldn't quite make it at 3:30 a.m., but it's 5 o'clock and you're just getting up, we'll recap what happened. It was Federer who came out flying in the first set, got the break mid-set, and won it 6-4.
Throughout this match, he's done a real good job attacking off that backhand side, and the serve was really working early.
In the second set, Nadal got the quick break, eventually went up 4-love and ran it out.
Yeah, well, Roger made a lot of mistakes off that forehand wing. That cost him. He did get one break back. But Nadal played a very, very solid couple of final service games to close it out comfortably. First serve points won, pretty even. A few more for Nadal on the second. We'll continue to track that, because that'll be crucial as this match moves forward.
He's been able to create double the number of breakpoint chances so far. That's been the pattern in the last 7 or 8 head-to-heads. Created more and cashed them in. But not in that last game.
What were you saying, John, earlier about cutting the court off a little bit? Taking it earlier? Look what Federer does on this one.
Yeah, I think that that is using the angles extremely well, and that is very important. Essential for him to win this match.
Inside the baseline. But
he can do it.
He's got to be really explosive with his feet and his legs, as he was there.
His backhand is what's really helping him out big time right now.
What a boost he's gotten from digging out of trouble in the last service game.
Again, taking time away as he took that ball right off the bounce. With the backhand, set it up.
Thank you. I think you can see Nadal try to go to the forehand a little bit here to try to get some errors. It takes that.
15-13.
Too much of an angle there. He attempted.
So nice to have that kind of a playbook. You get down love 30 in a game and go right back to what's worked 1,000 times before.
Yeah, that's true.
Good spinning serve. It was 169 Ks, which is 105 miles per hour. But a lot of work on it and placed perfectly.
tennis there. Almost a half volley from the baseline.
Almost.
It was. Look what he does to win this point. He gets a shorter angle. Don't try that at home if you wanted to go in the court.
Maybe in Wii tennis you could try it. Not out here.
Break point.
Where's he going with this serve? Back to the well.
I think Roger had stood about 6 inches further out wide.
Tempt him to hit the one up the middle.
Tempt him, but he's look at him moving over. That's smart. Absolutely the right thing to do.
Exactly what you were looking for, Johnny. Made him go into the body.
Federer more opportunistic early in the third, grabs his first break chance. Huge turn in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the hold in the last game. And now the quick break. Can he solidify?
I understand it to a degree, but based on some of what you were saying about a couple games ago, Patrick, he was dominating. He'd broken twice in the second set. Why all of a sudden you pull back?
Yeah. And it's sort of allowing Roger to start to dictate the points a little bit more.
49.
And serve like that.
It's easier to find angles when the guy's farther back.
This was exactly the game Federer was looking for here, if he can close it out. Quick hold.
It's quick. Exactly what happened in the opening set after he got the break. Federer 3-love.
Federer leads by 3 games to none.
Talked to Yvonne Lendl about the enormity of the match, what's at stake beyond the trophy. I said, do you try to block that out? Nadal suggested he wasn't thinking about that. Lendl's theory was, John, that you can't hide from it. You can't ignore it. You have to just embrace it, take it on, and say, hey, you know what? There is a lot at stake in this match. Whether it's the greatest of all time conversation, your legacy, how the head-to-head against your main rival is viewed.
Why are you forcing me to agree with Yvonne Lendl?
I don't know if you do.
I do. I hear him.
First time ever.
There's a time for everything. He's absolutely right.
Because that would add, you'd think, pressure if you thought about all that stuff.
It also adds more excitement, and then you feel like there's more upside. If someone may call you Nadal, you win this the greatest of all time, or even more people.
Unless look, I mean, Federer wins it. He's up 4 on Nadal, 18 to 14. If not, it's 2 with the French Open looming.
Exactly.
Well, since Roger won his most recent major title at Wimbledon in 2012, he's been in 3 finals.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there was a long look from Federer after that, which was maybe the worst miss of the match from Nadal in the bottom of the net. He took a long look across the net at Rafa.
You okay? Maybe you're getting a little tired.
What do you think was in the look? Just wanted to assess?
Just assess what's going on over there, yeah.
He's agitated down at that far end. His box is just over his right shoulder. Lubicic at this end.
You wouldn't have thought that ultimately, if he were to win this, it would be his backhand to do the trick.
This was
Especially when we've talked about the height of Nadal's forehand and how devastating that is.
Just like Nadal in the second set, Federer has a chance to rip this third wide open. And win it without spending that much energy.
He spent plenty that first game, but boy, oh boy, has it paid off. Mentally, and these guys are obviously deflated because this guy's come storming back.
This is just absolutely no hesitation from Federer. He took this ball about waist height.
Seen even below that.
Yeah. Nadal is on the ropes big time.
Let's for service. .30-14.
Break point saved. You think he's conceded the set? He's fought off the ropes plenty of times.
Yeah, I think we all know the answer to that.
Even he might possibly think about it if he got down 4-love. Not do it, but it would definitely be devastating for him in this chances to pull this set out. He needs this game. That's it.
Good.
Well, this may be why Federer, if you think about it, put a lot of effort when he was down 4-love to try to get his confidence back with the forehand, get that thing going. That seems to have worked.
Thank you.
One of his biggest serves of the match, just short 124. He's hit that one's 122.
You wouldn't say that Nadal served poorly in this match, would you?
No.
Just been the quality of the returns. But Federer already to have 3 breaks of serve against Nadal, that's a big number given the recent head-to-heads.
And Chris, we know that Roger loves the game and is a student of the game, and I think he's gone to school on that Dimitrov match. He's seen Grigor attack the backhand and hang with Rafa, and he's figured if Grigor can do it, why can't I? And that's why we see him very rarely using the slice.
You know, Fed fans thought that would help Nadal, that he had seen Dimitrov's game the round before Roger, because there are so many similarities. You're saying that may be working the other way.
I think it's worked both ways, but it's worked more for Roger because he's the better version of Dimitrov. Absolutely made him relax that little bit. I can do the same thing even better.
They are returns that Roger normally slices. He's attacking everything.
Nadal.
Another one.
I'll tell you, amazing.
He talks about having those nights where you just seize the ball so cleanly, and the off nights happen more frequently at 35. He knows
see
that.
replay to see if, let's see, well, we won't see where he hit that backhand, but it looked like he angled it off. And well,
there you go.
Thank you. See that?
Ask and you shall receive.
Beautiful.
He's taking the ball so early right now. He's just seeing it. And his movement's phenomenal.
Response.
That is.
It's his best backhand tonight.
It's the best backhand ever. I mean, it's hard
Except for the one from Federer on the other point.
This one was rocket.
Well, he's realizing that he's going to have to start going for more because Federer is just in the rallies in this set has been pushing him around.
He also realizes he's got to win this game if he's going to pull this set out. He has really dug in big time.
He does hold. Tries to get himself pumped up. Federer up 3-1.
Federer leads by 3 games to 1.
Only once has Federer been able to beat Nadal from the position of 1 set all in a major final. That you have to go way back to Wimbledon '07, and he did that. His last win over him in any slam final.
15 love.
He's having his, I think, certainly his best serving set. First was pretty darn good, but this one, he's really serving well.
It's Nadal's biggest show of frustration tonight. Just they're growling at his team.
And you also notice that there's a lot of little fist pumps from Federer, a lot of positive energy coming from him. He is digging in.
Love.
Holds it low and stretches his lead to 4 games to 1. For the big climax of Winter X from Aspen, noon Eastern on ESPN. Women's ski slope final, snowboard slopestyle final for men, and the snowmobile best trick final also on the Watch ESPN app. Ask Federer about what you talked about, the hunger, because this tournament's been marked by the fact the guys who've won the most seem to be the hungriest to add more. And Roger said, I think the guys who don't have it are hungry too, but you point to matches like Nadal Monfils, or when Federer was up there against Tsonga, guys who you should be hungriest to keep rolling, and they were worn down by these guys who show maybe more desire than ever.
Well, you'd think that the guys that haven't won would show more effort.
Yeah.
But they don't. Well, this could explain why we're watching the 2 greatest players ever.
Fair point.
Because not only are they better in terms of their talent, but they dig in harder consistently.
And we certainly know that Djokovic and Murray do that as well.
Yeah.
But in the matchups against the guys here who haven't yet tasted a slam victory, it's been the established champions who've won out.
Time and time again.
If he's going to lose the set, can Nadal take something at least out of Federer physically by making him earn it?
Yeah, well, he's absolutely trying to get back in the set because this is just one break. So he's trying to do both things at the same time. Roger again just stepping in, attacking that serve. He'll get some new balls next game.
Rafa's right in front of us, almost has a look in his face like, I cannot believe he continues to time up those returns like that. Better than any matchup head-to-head ever.
Certainly off the backhand side, no doubt.
Let's for service.
I'm amazed it took till he was 35 to do it.
Should we give Lubicic a little credit? I mean, because we talked about Moya, what he's brought to the table.
Give Ivan some
We
credit.
haven't talked much about Ivan Lubicic. He started with Federer just over a year ago. Of course, was out with him the last 6 months.
I think it's a great point because that has been an emphasis for Ivan, urging him to hit over the backhand and be more aggressive with that side.
Well, he had a sweet one-hander. That was actually maybe his best shot, along with an excellent serve. And look out here for Nadal. It's 30-all. Backhand does it again.
Spectacular shot. He really is. I mean, Nadal thought he had him in trouble, and he was the guy who was scrambling.
Looks over.
Plan C.
Yeah, Moya, what do you have now, Charlie?
Break point for 5-1.
Kidding me.
That is amazing.
You talked about
I've been waiting
the
for years.
conditions, guys. That's one of the things that does help that shot, right? What you've been mentioning with the way the court's playing and the way the balls are playing.
And positioning himself a little bit to the left, but all that works in his favor, and he's just executing. He's getting the A+ on the backhand, that's for sure.
Yeah, for the moment, he's been going to the well there. The well's run dry now. As Federer is just absolutely attacking every backhand.
Nadal just sending 3 rackets out to be restrung.
They may not get back in time.
20 minutes.
22 minutes.
Get one of them, at least one. Presumably 2. If he...
Actually, he did the very same thing in the match against Dimitrov, and they actually string all 3 rackets at the same time on different machines, which is kind of rare, actually.
Mr.
Federer stops the point. Is Nadal making a mistake by going with the tried and true plan at the Federer backhand when he's playing it so well?
Depends how deep he can get it. You know, he couldn't try to entice him to go big because he's so confident. If he can get the ball deeper, maybe go for too much. But
it missed. Good eye for Federer. It's 15 all.
But if he hits it short, it looks like Roger's just going to have a field day.
Talked about, John, the serving for Federer in this third set has been phenomenal. Look at the first serve placement in this set.
Remember, a bunch of those aces were break point down on the ad
two or
court.
three of them.
Saved him first game.
He's got 10 aces overall, 6 in this set.
It has been more than 6 years since Federer has taken a 6-1 set off of Rafa. Those indoors at the O2.
Don't jinx him, man.
I don't believe in jinxes.
30 all.
Point is, this is the kind of fairly quick, dominant set that Roger's not been able to enjoy against Rafa very often. Forehand really has been overshadowed by the backhand tonight. That was a sweet one.
Well, the forehand caused a lot of problems in the second, but he's certainly hitting that much, much better. He's played a fantastic set.
As well as he's hit his backhand, and he's hit it awfully well. He's got 17 forehand winners against 4 for the backhand. So that answers your question, Chris, which is a good one. Why not go? Should he go more to the forehand? Problem is, Federer is still way more dangerous off that wing.
Set point.
Deuce. Advantage Nadal. Deuce.
With the whole second set without a single ace, as you guys suggested, has needed desperately to rediscover the big first serve, and has in this third. Set point again. two great champions pushing back and forth for control of this final. For now, it's Federer up 2-1. Got on trouble in the opening game in this set. That was huge.
6-1. Federer leads by 2 sets.
The intensity of these finals, sometimes the crucial moments can come in the opening minutes of a set. Feel like that's what happened in the third set when Federer was up 40-11 in that first game. Nadal battled back, had chances to break. Federer came up with some huge serves, break point down. Was able to collect his serve, got the break, and has control now 2-1.
Good lesson for even pros watching. When he got way down, he didn't toss the set. He started to try to feel his way back into the match, find his form, find his rhythm, find his confidence. And then you knew Nadal had the momentum and he was going to put the pressure on, which he did. And then when he did hold that game, Chris, all of a sudden he started to find it, and no one was expecting, myself included, that he could run through it that easily. 6-1.
Now within one set.
So you know he's going to be doing the same thing. He's going to try to put the major pressure here on Nadal, see if he can get ahead early.
Still have a lot of big chance for Roger, and typically the Australian crowd will try to bring Rafa back into this, but they love Roger so much here. I'm not sure they're going to do it.
Played exactly 2 hours. Both guys still look fresh enough, Darren, from your position?
Absolutely. Yep, both players look good to me.
Love.
Oh. That's a sidewinder backhand. No topspin on that backhand at all. That's sidewinder slice.
That might be the best he's ever consistently hit his backhand so far that I've seen.
Certainly against Nadal.
His court is really helping him there. Time it. And Nadal does not have a bit, you know, the pace of his serve is allowing him time to take a real good swing at it.
Plan A for Rafa has so often been good enough. You see a change in tactics. What can he do to get out of what Federer is doing so well?
He's going to dig in, just, you know, effort-wise, if that's possible. That's one thing. He's going to, you know, you're going to hear a lot of Bamoses virtually every time he wins a point. Strategically, court positioning again, he might alter that.
Yeah, the only real change he made was moving way back on the second serve return.
I anticipate him moving closer to the baseline off the return.
Because that paid off for him in the second set.
Interesting to watch, guys. They're so good that he could rip that backhand at, you know, the second point of the game, hit a winner, and then he decides, you know something, I'm going to run around and hit a forehand.
Everything's working.
You think, like, why would I do that after I'm hitting my backhand so great? But that worked.
Even on a grass court, have you ever seen Rafa this rushed by Federer?
I don't recall, no.
Let's second service.
Well, cat and mouse going on now as Roger's looking to move around. That time Nadal went to the forehand, didn't get it in the corner. What's he going to do here?
Jammed him.
Well, Roger stayed home. Roger decided not to move around it there.
40-13.
He just didn't hit the return good enough. Al Davis said, just win, baby. This is just execute, baby. And then you'll win.
As if it were that easy, right? Just execute. Again and again and again and again.
Just win, baby. That's easy.
Yeah, against another one of the greatest of all time.
Two greatest.
We'll go inside the point, and Federer has been able to attack the forehand wing of Nadal because he's hitting the backhand so darn well. And that backhand crossword here, he runs around it, gets Nadal stretched, and that was a beautiful swing volley.
That's a pretty tough shot to pull off, what he did.
Another big return off the backhand wing.
I knew Nadal's going to respond. That's a given. He ain't going anywhere.
Federer trying to produce another serving set like the first and third.
And I actually think the crowd will want a fifth set. And then they'll sort of get behind Federer. But could that be too late if they allow this?
You just don't see them cheer against Federer very often, regardless of the score here.
True. But this man that's about 8 feet from us is the greatest single. You know, I played some great competitors, Connors being one obvious one, but this guy's the greatest competitor I've ever seen. People love that, you know, respect it.
Said the other night you can outplay Nadal, people have, but outcompete him? Dimitrov tried, a little bit short.
Oh, it was a heck of an effort from Dimitrov.
He won a lot of fans.
Won a lot of respect in the locker room as well.
Many feel like he may have arrived, even though he walked off the loser that night.
I hope.
He's trying to take this one early on the return, but Federer was able to get him moving quickly. Knocks off the volley.
The redrop.
If you're going to make me run, I'm going to make you run.
40-15.
That's pretty nicely done by Nadal.
Faults.
Saves a lot of energy if you don't have to run around that backhand. For Roger.
Yeah.
Can he sustain that, Darren, for another set?
Yeah, I think so. Just a final word on Grigor also, Chris. He was absolutely gutted after that match. And even the next day, he said he felt worse. And I think that's a good sign, because once upon a time, I think he would have been happy and content with such a good performance in a semi-final of a major, but not this time. To me, that's a really good sign from Grigor.
That's the thing, though. He played the same number of minutes as Nadal, obviously, and he couldn't have been out here 2 nights later. I mean, that's another testament to the resilience, the recovery of these guys. Federer's 5-setter against Wawrinka, even though it included a couple medical timeouts, was just just 3 hours and 5 minutes. So quite a bit shorter than Nadal's 4:46.
And not nearly as many long, tough physical points in that match.
And I say that Rafa's match also was incredibly mentally taxing. There were no lulls. There were no dips in intensity like you see in a lot of 5-setters. Right from the beginning of
One of the
sets.
great matches that we've seen in the Open era. Very nicely done by Nadal, showing some excellent speed to get up to that quickly.
Did you ever feel, John, like the mental taxing in a match was as important as the physical, sometimes trying to combat the next round?
Oh, especially at the Open when you had to come back the next day, you know, play semis and then finals. Imagine if Nadal had come back the next day. Even he might be struggling.
Thank goodness they did away with that.
Thankfully. Only took 30 years. Maybe more.
Comfortable hole for Nadal. Jumps in front. 2-1 in the fourth.
Now leads by 2 games to 1.
Welcome back down under. A little bunker
Literally
here.
down under.
Yeah. It's a wonderful vantage point. You can't see the far side of the court very well. You use the monitors here for that, but you can certainly see the player in this end of the court and their expressions, their body language. It's a wonderful thing to see. It's even better when the ball kid and the linesmen aren't in the way.
Yeah, here I am over here.
There you go.
It's tight, but it's still a great spot.
Yeah, pretty good spot right here.
You have to like your fellow commentators
Yeah,
to sit in
we
here.
get along okay.
Yeah, I think we're all right.
We missed it.
Yeah, not a bad spot in the
Nothing
bunker,
good.
but I wouldn't swap my spot with anyone in the world.
I understand. Usually we've got a few non-working commentators over there in those seats.
We do.
Any unbiased ones?
We don't.
No, little opening for Rafa here. Federer cannot afford a dip in intensity.
A really careless first shot that contributed to the miss there.
He wondered, how would he play the fourth? Brilliant third set, a set away from everything that's at stake.
It's early, but that first ball, first point, that was a bad miss.
And Nadal aims to make him pay for it.
And he'll be happy to take advantage of it. That was a wicked couple of forehands there from Rafa. This one right here caught Federer, who was looking for the one cross court. And look at the footwork to get himself set up.
How quickly is he turned this around? Amazing how much stress one forehand miss can cause, even this guy.
There have been breaks early now in all 4 of the sets. They haven't had the sustained building of tension to a 4-all, 5-all type set yet. And in each case so far, the guy who's got the early break has been able to hold on to it.
You still feel like what happened early in that game contributed to what happened at the end, and his balance. He just reached for that. That was a bummer of a game for Federer.
Love 15.
Moya is a calming influence in that camp. He tries to stay positive, which is something that hasn't always been easy for Uncle Tony. So that's one of his other contributions to the team. Didn't look all that calm right there, I have to say.
Not after that forehand.
So you asked earlier what he would change, and it looks like absolutely nothing. He's just going to dig in and play harder. Want it more, if it's possible.
And see if Federer can sustain that level.
Exactly. And he's banking on the fact he can't. And he hasn't so far here. His level is clearly dipped.
Seems like a little indecision, John, on the Federer forehand. He's not quite going after it.
All since that one miss, right, in the previous game.
First point. They're reaching at the ball. First time he's really reached to the backhand. The footwork not crisp.
15. (40-30).
Federer's pushed back to deuce, forcing the issue there.
I just feel like Federer just plays. I mean, when he's not thinking so much. He's just reacting, hitting shots, and you wonder if he's going to start to think about what all this could mean.
Not yet.
Not quite yet.
He's get to be being more aggressive like he's been these last couple points. Take it to Nadal.
Let's for service. Mr. Federer
There's
is
a challenge.
On the right near sideline. The ball scored out.
I don't know if he's going to like the result. Kind of a hopeful challenge. Usually he's got great eyes when he uses the system. This wasn't that close.
Advantage Nadal. Mr. Federer has 2 challenges remaining.
Neither guy hitting the ball super clean right now, are they?
Pressure slowly but surely ramping up, and that causes some of this. This is historic, you know, and they're feeling that a little right now. Once in a lifetime. Something we never thought we'd see again. They didn't think they'd see again.
I'd expect a reaction from Nadal if he can get this hold.
Advantage Nadal.
Guys have been pretty emotionally contained tonight. Sometimes it's out of respect for each other.
Did he do that?
Wizardry from Nadal to close out a tough service game and extend to 4-1 on their feet here. Both guys pulled around the court by some terrific angles from their opponent. Watch this from Nadal.
Roger convinced he's hit a winner. What? Excuse me? How did that happen?
Applause from him there.
With the slice, no less.
I think he does have a few squash courts at his tennis academy, so maybe he's working on that shot too.
The academy that Roger helped christen back in October. Warm exchange. These guys are both out injured and rehabbing and unable to play an EXO because Roger was healing the knee and Rafa the wrist, but they had a nice time. And Nadal really appreciated Federer coming to Mallorca for that.
Appreciated that forehand he bricked a couple the last service game.
Okay, but there's a real friendship.
No,
it's really
a lot of respect.
I would say unique among the top guys at this moment.
30 love.
As close as you can be when there's this much competitive tension.
They both supported each other a lot in their charitable endeavors, and they go out of the way to help each other when asked.
Federer appreciates appreciated when Nadal came to Basel, the tournament in Roger's hometown that he helped organize. They got through to the final, and Federer won it 6-3 in the third and celebrated big time because he had his friends and his family there, and the pressure of not wanting to lose to his rival in his hometown.
It's the Roger Federer Stadium there.
Yeah. It's the most recent meeting.
Very quick indoor conditions there.
No surprise.
Can't lose in your own stadium.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely flailed at the forehand. A little smile, but
well, he didn't sure to hit the forehand or an overhead. So he actually tried the overhead, but he didn't get ready for it.
I think he was also thinking that it maybe was going to go out. That's why he took a look behind him to see where he was on the court. And he loses this game, and then we're definitely headed to a fifth.
Let's second service. Thank you.
Absolutely no question about that. So this is like a set point. Could they trade 6-1 sets?
Juice.
3 aces this game. I think he's not even out of the game yet.
Advantage Federer.
first time that Rafa's girlfriend Maria has made it to Melbourne. Federer off the ropes in the game. Maintains some scoreboard pressure on Nadal.
Nadal leads by 4 games to 2.
Do you think it was just a dip in concentration, or perhaps beginning to contemplate that he's closing in on what would be his sweetest win?
Dip in concentration, because he's still pretty far away from winning the title.
Oh, the way he closed out the third set.
Yeah, well, that was pretty impressive, but he dipped just the way Nadal dipped to start the third.
Can't think about it that soon. You know, even if you're Federer.
You could try not to.
15 left.
He did hold the first time, so he was, I don't know, it's just inexplicable, but nerves do nasty things at times.
Let's for service.
Not seemingly moving as well to his forehand side is Federer, and Nadal seems to be zeroing in on that. That could be the subtle change that he's making. Go out wide to his forehand more.
There's no doubt, too, John, that he's taken some more offensive posture in this set as Nadal. Obviously getting the early lead helped, but looking to be more offensive and not looking to force himself behind the baseline. That's a solid hold there.
Nadal closing in on the fourth. 5-2.
Nadal leads by 5 games to 2.
Ask each guy what they thought the highest quality match against the other was. What do you think Federer's answer was?
Wimbledon 2008.
That was Rafa's answer. The match that he won, the twilight match when he dethroned Federer.
9-7 in the fifth.
Yeah, Roger actually picked a loss. The 5-set match right here in 09, the final when he was beaten 6-2 in the fifth. The last time these guys played a 5-setter. He thought that was the highest quality for shot making of any match they played.
I thought he would say the Wimbledon match he lost.
15 love.
I was surprised too.
Wants to at least get the hold so he can, if he doesn't break, start off the final set here of the Australian Open serving.
Oh, what a return. Didn't hit his spot. Federer on the serve, and Nadal didn't have to move much, and it's a beautiful angle. Look how short that ball landed. Missed it.
30 all.
Can't relax in the box for, you know.
Not tonight. Not in this one.
40
back and forth we go.
Missed it badly. Timing just not there in the fourth set, is it? Not the way it was for most of this match.
It's amazing what literally a couple loose shots do to your head and to a guy, Roger Federer, even his confidence, his level, his concentration slips. It's human. These guys bleed, I think.
Advantage Federer. Again, Federer.
Step one gets the hold.
What do you think Federer's level of concern is about being able to win in 5 over Nadal?
I think that the fact that this match is 235 in length, and there hasn't been that many grueling points.
Not that hot.
Yeah. At night.
What about the mental aspect, though?
It's going to be a challenge, but I think physically he's okay.
Because if he can't break here, and Nadal hasn't faced a break point in the set, you're going to go the distance down under.
It has been a while, too, since they played a 5-setter, so you would think it was 8 years ago here.
Yep. And that was a pretty emphatic Nadal win in the 5th set. It was the match that drove Federer to tears at the trophy presentation.
Love.
Well, he has gotten command of his service games here in the fourth. And not a hint of nerves so far closing out.
Tired?
No, but he does get tight, but no sign of that trying to slam the door on the fourth so far.
Faults.
Rafa and Roger going the distance with the Australian Open title and pieces of each of their legacies on the line with just one set to go. A sustained ovation inside Rod Laver Arena. And the two legends back here to fight for yet another championship.
It's a very, very special thing, I think, for both of us to be in the final of a major again.
All these achievements have to taste a little sweeter for the passage of time.
I think both of us, we would have never thought that we were going to be here. It's real now.
It was a really honor to have all these matches against Roger. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he has a lot of respect for me. My expectations always when I am playing tennis are to fight for everything.
I guess in the very beginning, you're not quite sure how far is it going to go, how often are you going to be playing, how epic some matches can turn out. Nevertheless, I think I'll be actually quite relaxed, quite calm, and that makes me maybe potentially more dangerous in the bigger moments because I might play like I have nothing to lose.
We'll talk about that last sentence that Federer said because it sounds great in theory. We'll see if it can be produced in practice. In the meantime, Federer has left the court just as he did in the semifinal win over Wawrinka after 4 sets. The trainer came out, brief conversation, and he went off to the examination room that's just outside the corridor here. He said that it was an upper leg the other night, aka groin. So we'll see if he's going to have that treated. Nadal left the court briefly, back out with the energy gel and ready for the fifth.
If you've had the same injury and you say that you have the same injury a couple days later, are you allowed to get treated for the same length of time? I thought it had to be within the time of the changeover, the 2 minutes, because it's the same injury. Is that right or
wrong? I believe
wrong?
the rules allow them a full medical timeout here.
Medical timeout, even if it's within the same match, that you couldn't get for the same injury. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've wanted to see these guys play at 5th set, so we'll recap the first 4.
Yeah, the first was a very quick start for Federer. Came out, imposed his game plan, and took it 6-4.
Yeah, it was a textbook first set. It was quick. It lasted just 34 minutes. Second set, though, as we always see with Nadal, he was able to dig in and get that set.
Third set
to 3.
Look at the backhands by Federer in the third set.
Yeah, surprisingly, it was Federer's backhand, and he really dominated and won it easily after looking like maybe he was in trouble early in the set.
And then there was that dip in concentration. Federer missed a forehand early in the fourth. It seemed to set him off. And Nadal with that crazy save to hold serve and maintain the lead.
That'll cause you to call the trainer.
First serve percentage pretty high for both.
Here's something sent to us by Mickey Singh. The rallies that went 5 shots or longer, in the third set, Federer had a 14-7 edge. In the fourth, it was Nadal 11-5 in those longer rallies. So perhaps a bit of the movement coming off for Federer. The reason for the medical timeout, who knows?
Well, if he's feeling anything, makes sense to do it, but clearly from a momentum standpoint, and so many people do it, even Roger admitted, as you mentioned earlier in the telecast, Chris, that he did it basically because Stan, the man Wawrinka, had done it, so he was just returning the favor mentally. That's exactly why he's done this right here.
This will be the 4th 5-setter in major finals these guys have played. That's the most in the Open era. You know the only other head-to-head that's featured multiple 5-setters in major finals, John? Can you remember what that is?
Multiple 5 sets.
In a major final.
You mean like 2 or more?
Yes.
I can think of one guy. Yeah, I can think
You're
of
bored.
guy, yeah.
That's it. That's the only other rivalry besides this one that's produced multiple 5-set slam finals.
That was a decent rivalry. Yeah, these guys have played a few more times.
I wish I had played him more.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I love seeing these guys go at it.
What's at stake in the final set? We stated it at the top of this match.
Well, greatest of all time is right there, and close in for Nadal. It's Grand Slam total would be 17-15. Federer would do something that most people didn't think he would do, is win another major. The last one he's won was at Wimbledon 2012. Well, here we go. This is what we want. This is what they paid for.
Love the team.
Some point right there, and Nadal's just lifted his game to stratospheric levels.
He looks more ready for those quick Federer backhands
He
now.
does, because Federer hit 3 really good ones in that point alone. And Federer went to the trainer like, cut me, Mick, like, you know, Rocky, like, give me something.
You get the feeling that Nadal's just locked in now. He's not going to miss. And Federer's going to have to do something extraordinary to win this set.
Well, he's capable of it.
Yeah, we know that.
Those second serves are laid in there a little softer than usual. Nothing soft about the forehand, though. Nadal, a very deep return position. And it creates 2 quick break points.
He knows he's got his legs under him, Chris. That's why he's doing that, because he's like, I'm not going to miss. I'm not going to take a chance on taking it early. I'm going to make the return, and then I'm going to go to work.
You do get the feeling that these guys are playing even better than we've seen the first 4 sets.
We haven't seen them both play great in the same set yet.
I think we're seeing it now here early in this 5th.
Again, Nadal drops back, uses the legs, produces the error, and breaks to open the final set.
It's basically telling Federer that you're going to have to hit a lot of balls and hit winners to win this set. He's not going to give him anything. It's been tried and true strategy for Nadal over the years.
You pointed out, Patrick, in these head-to-heads, if it gets deep in a set or deep in a match, the game plan for Nadal is tried and true and requires less margin for error, right? And more margin for error. Federer has to play riskier.
I think Federer should, try to think about altering what he's doing now. Using a little more slice. He's trying to hit through Nadal, which I think is extremely difficult to do.
Does he have legs to do that, though?
Well, that is an excellent question. Maybe he doesn't feel like he's moving well enough to do that.
And again, in all 5 sets, the break of serve fairly early in the set. In each case, the man who's broken first has won.
Thank you.
Guy seems to be, and I'm talking about Nadal here, hitting the ball harder than he has the entire match.
I think it's the same thing.
Can you hit it harder and have more margin at the same time?
He can. First miss of the set for Rafa. Other points Federer won were on clean winners.
That was an effective body serve that got exactly what he wanted there.
Federer got up to this ball quickly after it hit the net court, made sure it was a ball that he could get on top of with that little quick step.
Great points for Federer. Nadal may remember that little forehand miss at 15-love in this game.
Well, you remember Roger had that forehand early in the fourth that cost him and sealed the set. That could be exactly the same situation for Nadal. That was pretty much a gimme.
Thank you.
It's a tough one he tried to take on there.
No mistake that time.
Juice.
Tiptoes around that court so beautifully.
How about the side spin on that shot? It actually looked like it was going to be out and spun back in.
Good shot from where we were in the bunker to see that ball drop in.
Goes over. Luck never hurt in the final set.
Never. Can't think of one time.
Break point again.
This crowd's going to go crazy if Roger wins this point.
Ready for play. Thank you.
Well, one of the things we've seen with Nadal the last couple of years has been indecision on the forehand at big moments. We're not seeing that now.
Two forehand winners to save break points in this game.
And another. Well, that's for sure.
Might have to inflict pain with that shot. All the work in the offseason.
I'll tell you, this is getting more and more painful for Federer because he really believed that he was going to get that break back.
That's wild. And Nadal's big weapon firing when he really needed it. Early mistake in the game. But as you said, Patrick, just steadied himself and hit some huge shots. The kind of game that decides Grand Slam titles.
Love. Challenge, right baseline. The ball scored in.
Early in the set, but he figures it's worth the challenge. But it dropped on the baseline.
Going for the kill, trying to get the double break.
30 love. Mr. Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
Stuck with the plan, which is standing way back. Federer has not done a whole lot of serving and volleying.
40 love.
Certainly the court is open for him if he's able to execute a solid volley.
Well, Federer won 3 second serve points in that game. That's been a serious problem area for him in the last couple sets. 2-1 Nadal.
Time.
Right at the 3-hour mark in this final, the trainer out, Polness again to massage the right thigh of Federer. They had a brief exchange. Courtside mics don't pick it up. But Federer didn't look to be in a very good mood about that development.
What, the trainer and the doctor coming out? Or the fact he's down a break in the fifth?
All of the above.
Yeah. I know he held his last service game to love, but he didn't look to be getting up on that serve at all. The miles per hour on that first serve is way down from what it was.
I think so too, Darren. The second serve wasn't too pacey either.
Not the guy you want to be hurt against. This guy just played 5 hours on Friday night.
We're at the 3-hour mark now in this one.
Left.
And while the MPH has gone down and the efficiency from Federer on his serve, it's gone up for Nadal. He's missed one first serve. That's the second so far in this set. It's early.
The way he closed out Dimitrov.
Yeah.
He had 14 consecutive holds of serve to finish off Dimitrov, and his serving has got better and better the last set and a half.
You had talked about, Patrick, that Federer had been, he was on the court saying, if I need, you know, if I don't play for 4 or 5 months.
Right, if I can't walk for 5 months.
Well, he better find that.
Better find those.
Remember
what that means, yeah.
Because he has to go there now. Nadal does it all the time.
Well, that's just second nature to him, isn't it?
He uses the word suffer. He always talks about being willing to suffer for these
No one's
titles.
had more guts than Nadal. No one.
It's been easier for Roger. He's super talented, and the most talented guy anyone's ever seen on a court. This guy has worked at it, willed himself, improved his serve. He didn't have a big serve when he was younger. Didn't volley much.
A bird made his mark there, right where Rafa's standing. So all kids got to come up and take care of that.
That hurts there.
Yeah, because that was a pretty slow first serve at 103, and Federer just let it get into his body. Didn't move much at all out of the way. Trying to move his legs, find a way to break back here.
Let's for service.
This has become an extremely tall order, obviously, for Roger, because the only way he can possibly win is to break twice. Nadal doesn't have to break it all anymore.
Good point. A tie break here in the final set, of course.
That was excellent footwork there from Federer.
Well, if his movement is depleted by that right quad, he's showing plenty of guts right now.
Yeah, he sure is, and he's moving really well.
Advantage Federer.
See, the quick steps allowed him again to get to that ball early so he could take it above waist level. Fourth break point chance in this set.
Above waist and below shoulder.
Yep.
That's the place where it seems like Roger's having trouble getting out to, is the wide forehand. Guess who's noticed it?
How well has Nadal played the break points in this final set?
They've all been winners, haven't they?
Yep. Going to come in behind that backhand, sort of ran through it a little. Tony's up every point now.
Thank you.
Jammer, and Nadal out of trouble again. Inches closer to the trophy. 3-1.
Nadal leads by 3 games to 1.
Well, that's extremely unfortunate, obviously, for Federer, because he put a tremendous amount of effort into that game, and he was so close, yet so far.
Both of Nadal's service games in this final set have taken 10 points to win. Crowd thrilled to have a 5th set, but they seem pretty solidly behind Federer at the moment. Do you agree, Darren?
That would be correct.
Well, plenty of legs to get up to it, and he finds the line.
You have to marvel at this guy's recovery and fitness level. We've talked glowingly about his will, his desire, his effort, but it doesn't even look as if he played more than a couple sets on Friday.
He's been one of those guys, though, hasn't he? Just feeds on those kinds of matches. It's almost like it makes him stronger. He gets better.
How do you do that?
I don't know. He's the only one that's really been able to do it.
Not the first time we've asked, how do you do that?
Yeah.
continues to apply the scoreboard pressure on Nadal, who serves up 3-2. Time for Breakpoint, brought to you by Canada Dry Ginger Ale.
Well, this was a break point, one of the break points for Federer early in this 5th set to try to get the break back. That was a tremendous return there from Federer. And look what Nadal does. Defends it right off the bounce and then gets control of the forehand. Then Federer let that one hang a little bit, that forehand. Nadal says, okay, I'll step up on the backhand.
I mean, he couldn't hit a better backhand return, that second break point that we saw there. You just got to hand it to this guy. How do you turn defense like that into offense that fast?
We underestimate his ability to take those balls sort of right off the bounce. So we see Federer do it all the time, but he can do it too.
Not just do it, but do it well.
Defensive shots to stay in the rally, and then that
absolutely dug in there, did Federer.
That says a lot about what Roger needs to do and what he seems willing to do, which is a good sign because he had to really do that the hard way. Easily could have lost that point a couple times.
Thank you.
Federer crying out. Again, he's got a lead in a Nadal service game.
Love that team.
He's made a living off that serve against Roger. It's just incredible angle he finds. He's just on it so fast.
And he moves up to that short ball so quickly.
Challenge.
This one looked to be long to my eye.
Look, he already had one, so that'll be a second one gone.
And the forehand letting Rafa down at that point.
That was the first shot that he backed off on, and really to me in this set.
It gives Federer a break point. Can he grab this one? 0 for 4 so far in the 5th.
Thank you. Players are ready. Juice. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but Roger just muttering to the chair umpire about the time that he's taking in between points.
Well, as Dimitrov's coach, Danny Valverde, was able to get a time violation called in the last match. Nadal has not been hit with one tonight.
Juice.
Too late to call it now, though. Don't do that. Let him win that one.
What a shot.
Big Federer fist pump to his group, which is just off his left shoulder. Another break opportunity.
Federer.
Missed it. Federer breaks back.
He's only down to one challenge, so he's got to really think about it now, Nadal.
Do you get another one at 6-all?
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Not that I'm thinking ahead. I think we could be here for a while.
This isn't good enough for her yet, John?
It's perfectly amazing. You ask Chris, when are these two guys are going to start playing their best together? Well, we're seeing a lot of that right now in this fifth.
Federer looks re-energized.
Sure does.
Rafa a little deflated at the moment.
Thank you. Players are ready. Quiet, please.
And Federer in front 4-3. Even Rod Laver's going to get up on his feet. ESPN Courtcast. I'm not sure what it said when Nadal was serving at 3-2 up a break, but right now,
safe to say at least it was reversed, at the very least.
It's a lot for Rafa to shake off. His fans do not want to recall the 2012 final when in the 5th set against Djokovic he was up a break and let it slip away. That was 4-2 in that match. In this case, 3-2.
61-43.
It's going up as we speak.
Got to recover right now if you're Rafa.
You got to give
on serve.
4% to
Still
win.
on serve here.
Thank you.
No breaks in the 5th. I mean, no tie breaks.
Players are ready. Thank you.
Wow, what a shot. He hasn't used that much at all.
Came in handy there.
Yep. And Nadal struggled on every service game in this 5th set.
Exactly. 2 very tough holds, and then the wear and tear showed in that last service game.
Please.
Federer is flying around the court again now.
Superman is back.
Love Betty.
Look for a forehand here if you're Federer. Look for it. And maybe Nadal was looking for it.
Love 14. Thank you.
Thank you.
$30-14.
That may have been the first time, Chris, where he was really thinking about winning the 18th. And it got to him a little bit.
Who can dig deeper?
The match's longest rally has gotten Federer another break chance to serve for the championship.
Thank you. Juice. Advantage Federer.
Federer digging deeper than he's ever had to.
Yep.
And now within one hold of serve of his 5th Australian Open, his 18th major title, perhaps cementing his status as the greatest of all time. It would be his first defeat of Nadal in a major final in a decade. 5 of the last 6 games since Nadal led 2-love.
So this is a pretty big game here, Chris, is what you're saying.
His biggest ever.
Yeah.
And he has new balls.
Nice bonus. Love the team. Love that team. We didn't think he was going to go down easy, did we?
No.
Thank you.
He should have known it probably wouldn't end here.
2 break points, Nadal.
How can this guy even possibly dig deeper?
We are all really fortunate to be seeing this right now. You can tell grandkids about this one.
Please.
Championship point.
Advantage Federer. Thank you. Mr. Federer is challenging the call on the service line. The ball scored out.
This has a chance to be good. It dipped down. It's in.
Advantage Federer.
It's a first serve.
It's another first serve here.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call on the service line. The ball scored out.
Well, if the call was correct, it could be championship, because Nadal did not have a play on it. It might have been influenced by the call, but it missed.
Second service. Mr. Federer has 2 challenges remaining. Advantage Federer.
The second championship point.
Thank you.
It's a challenge from Nadal. It was called good. It's game, set, match Federer if it's good. And it is. The remarkable Roger Federer. A victory has never been sweeter than this one, right here, right now. because it's over Rafa. He told us that before the final. This would be his biggest win.
Boy, did this live up to it.
And it'll be one of the most stinging defeats for Nadal. Another one in this quarter-final where he's lost his last 3. After a 2-love lead in the final set, Federer dug and dug and dug deep.
Tears of joy this time.
That to me is why it's big because it's over Rafa, but it's bigger because of the way he did it over Rafa. He out-Rafa'd Rafa.
Great point.
In the 5th set.
We asked him if he could do it, and he absolutely did do it. He dug deeper than he ever had in his entire life right there when he really needed it.
A weird ending.
And
a very weird ending with the challenge having to confirm it. And
he didn't like the challenge when it first started, right?
Well, it was Nadal who challenged the call. It was kind of a pause, and nobody knew what the call was. And that serve caught the line. And that man is 35 years old, but he looks like a 5-year-old. Well, you said it. Lived up to it and then some. The dream final, the impossible dream final. And then you felt almost greedy for hoping that it would go 5 sets. And then you felt even greedier after 2 sets all to hope that these guys could each find a high level of play in the final set and push each other. That's exactly what happened.
It was just how lucky were all of us to see this, to see the way this transpired, to go 5 and for him to pull it out the way he did. Just incredible.
You like to hype things, and we talked about it was going to be who's going to be the greatest player, whoever wins it, and it really is true. Like everything we talked about was true, and everything that we hoped that it would be, it was. And the way that Roger was able to dig deeper than he ever had. I mean, and then he's down in the 5th set. It looked like he was going to run out of gas. He's calling the trainer. He's all upset. The doctors there. It looked, everything pointed to Nadal pulling that out.
And Rafa was Rafa. I mean, he really was in the 5th set. He didn't do much wrong. He was the guy that was struggling, and I felt that he's going to find a way, because that's what he's always done against Federer before in these kinds of matches.
You said out Rafa. That's perfect, because it was the kind of sustained battle of attrition in the 5th set where he kept putting Nadal under pressure. 3 consecutive service games. Nadal had some great answers. The first 2 couldn't escape that 3rd tough hold, and that's where Federer was able to get back.
Did it possibly? I mean, he looked pretty fresh, but maybe that 5-hour match did take its toll a little bit mentally. You know, they have to stick with it. And Roger had seen Dimitrov battle that way, and he knew that I'm got 17 majors. I'm better than this guy. I can do this. But to be able to do it.
There's a reason why it's difficult and rarely done to win 3 5-setters to win a major. Federer at 35 did it, and he did it against Nishikori, Wawrinka, and Nadal. That's all he had to do.
Having not played a single tournament in 6 months
since Wimbledon last year.
Redefining what's possible.
I'll take my. I don't think he's going to play to the French now.
This looks like this might be a pretty good year in tennis this year, 2017.
My goodness. Well, we can update this top board, and this match with all the weight on it means that Federer pulls 4 ahead of Nadal, who continues to be tied with Pete Sampras. Rafa's drought since the 14 Roland Garros continues, and I guess that the Fed fans can feel like, hey, the debate is over. Let's not hear about who's the greatest.
There's still time to go in all these guys, which is so great. It's why we see with Serena, Venus, people say, oh, she'll never have another chance. Why not? Look at the way they're playing. And Roger Federer, here you go, 5 Australian Opens. Now he's got the 1 French, 7 at Wimbledon. And I think we all got asked a question, maybe more than any other the last couple of years. Can Roger win another one?
That 7-year gap, though, between titles here, that's the longest gap between titles at a major in the Open era.
I thought he'd never win a major after the 2012 Wimbledon until I got here. And when I saw him moving early on, I thought he could do it, and he did do it.
Well, Federer has sheer tears of joy with this. Tears of disappointment after Nadal got him in the final here 8 years ago in the 5th.
He'll hug Rafa when he cries.
Trophy presentation Just moments away. This is another moment besides the match that we need to savor.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was the final that we were all hoping for, and it did not disappoint. To the thousands of people watching here at Melbourne Park and the millions more watching throughout Australia and around the world, what more can we say other than thank you, Roger and Rafa? Joining us for the presentation tonight is the President of Tennis Australia, Mr. Steve Healy, and the President and CEO of Kia Motors Australia, Mr. S.H. Cho. And a man, ladies and gentlemen, who won 3 Australian Open crowns, 11 Grand Slam titles in total, and in the process twice completed the calendar year Grand Slam in his stadium, Mr. Rod Laver. Welcome, Rod. Also with us, the CEO of Tennis Australia and Tournament Director, Mr. Craig Tiley, and the Tournament Referee, Mr. Wayne McEwen. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, Kia have been great supporters of the Australian Open, and it is now my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Cho of Kia Motors Australia.
Gentlemen, congratulations on such a great display of tennis tonight. On behalf of everyone at Kia Motors Corporation, I thank you for showing us exactly why the Australian Open is one of the world's most exciting major sports championships. Unfortunately, only one winner can be crowned tonight. But I believe both of you should be proud of the sportsmanship and passion you have shown throughout this year's tournament. I also thank everyone at Tennis Australia, tournament staff and volunteers for their hard work in making this year's event such a huge success. And of course, my heartfelt thanks go out to all of the passionate fans here tonight and watching at home. The Australian Open would not be where it is today without all of you, the best fans in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cho. Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the microphone the President of Tennis Australia, Mr. Steve Healy.
Good evening, everyone. What a tournament, what a night, and what a pleasure and privilege to have witnessed that final. That was extraordinary. First of all, to Premier Andrews and your government, thank you for the ongoing and fabulous support we receive for this facility. It is the finest tennis venue in the world, and thank you very much. Thank you also to our fantastic sponsors led by Kia, Jacobs Creek, Emirates, ANZ and Rolex, and all of the sponsors. We thank you very much for what you do. To Craig Tiley and the 8,500 tournament team, a wonderful job brilliant effort. You deserve every praise heaped upon you by the players and by the fans alike. Well done, Craig. 728,763 spectators came through the gate this week, an Australian Open record, and I've never experienced a better atmosphere in the tennis stadium than tonight, so thank you. And to Roger and Rafa, you have turned on an absolute show, and you personify all of the great values of sport in fairness, good sportsmanship, respect for the sport and the great champions, including the respect you show for each other. It was a memorable night. To Rafa, we sympathise with you. It was a magnificent final. You are a champion and always will be, so well done. And to Roger Federer, your 5th Australian Open, 18th Grand Slam, the legend grows. Well done. Can I ask the umpire, James Keothavong, to come up and receive a gift?
Thank you, James. Congratulations, and thank you also, Steve. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to ask Mr. Cho to come forward again and present the cheque, and to Mr. Rod Laver to present the trophy to our runner-up. An icon of the sport who once again has wowed us over the past fortnight with his unrivaled athleticism, his passion and his skill. A 14-time Grand Slam champion, and based on what we've witnessed over this past fortnight, a contender for many years still to come. Ladies and gentlemen, our runner-up, Australian Open 2017, Rafael Nadal.
Well, good evening, everybody. First of all, just can say congrats to Roger and all his team. Just amazing the way that he's playing after such a long time without being on the tour. No? So that's just very difficult to make that happen. So for sure, you have been working a lot to make that happen. So well done, congrats. Feel very happy for you. Well, for me personally, have been a great month. You know, for the first time in my career, I spent 1 full month here in Australia, starting playing in Brisbane, then playing the Fast Four in Sydney, and now being here for the last 3 weeks. No? So just amazing month for me. I really enjoy it a lot. This beautiful country, fantastic people, supporting a lot, all the events. Supporting a lot, all the events in every event that I played. The atmosphere have been unforgettable, and especially here in Melbourne, always going to be in my heart. No? It's a great 2 weeks for me. I had some hard time too, without having the chance to compete at full conditions. Some injuries. Well, it's not new that for me, but but it's still always tough when it happens. No? So I worked very hard to be where I am today. I fought a lot during the both weeks. Today, I think was a great match. Probably Roger deserved a little bit more than me. So I just gonna keep trying. No, I feel that I am back at very high level, so I gonna keep fighting during the whole season to have a great season, and for sure to come back here for so many years and keep trying to have this trophy with me. That is the 3rd time that I have This is beautiful, but but it's still much better the trophy. So I'm gonna keep trying hard to have the trophy again with me in the future. Just can say thank you very much, all my team. You know, we have been working hard, doing a lot of months to be where we are. So just thank you for all the support, family, people, everybody who made possible that I am here again. So for sure, all the sponsors who made possible this amazing event. One of the best the best events of the world of sport, without a doubt. So many thanks to all the sponsors, and especially Kia, that is my personal sponsor after since 2004. So just thank you very much for the support. And last thing, just many thanks to all the people who made possible the event, all the organization, President Craig Tidley, who is one amazing tournament director, everybody who made possible this, probably the best organized event of the world for the players. No? So just many thanks to all Tennis Australia for a huge support to the players, and I think to the fans too. No? So just I let Roger give the trophy, and see you next year. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Rafa, well done. Such a gracious and humble champion. Our congratulations again to our tournament runner-up, Rafael Nadal. So, ladies and gentlemen, to our Australian Open champion for 2017. A legend who tonight featured in his 100th Australian Open match. Undoubtedly, one of the most popular players, if not the most popular player ever to grace us here at Melbourne Park. And now, the holder of 18 Grand Slam singles titles, five of which have been won right here on Rod Laver Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2017 champion of the Australian Open, Roger Federer.
Thank you, guys. I'm out of words, and Rafa said so many great things, but of course, I'd like to also congratulate Rafa on an amazing comeback. I think when we were in... I don't think we both, either one of us, believed that we were going to be in the finals of Australia when we saw each other at your academy. You know, sort of 4 or 5 months ago, and here we stand in the finals. You know, I'm happy for you. I would have been happy to lose too, to be honest. The comeback was perfect as it was. So tennis is a tough sport. There's no draws, but if there was going to be one, I would have been very happy to accept the draw tonight and share it with Rafa. Really. I know everybody says they work very hard. I did the same. I try really not to shout about it because we got some serious legends and toughest guys in the game, like in Rafa, here tonight. So, but I'd just like to thank my team because it's been a different last 6 months. Let's be honest. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it here, but here I am, and we made it. So I'd just like to thank you guys. Thank you. Danny, my wife, Severin, Ivan, Tony, everybody who's been on the ride, Pierre, my fitness coach at home. It's been amazing, so thanks for that. And of course, there's also Rafa's team. You guys worked so hard over the years and deserve everything but more. So I wish you continued success this year and for hopefully many more years to come. You know, stay on the tour, keep playing Rafa, please. Tennis needs you. So thanks very much for everything you do. Then I'd like, of course, to thank all the sponsors. You know, this building is amazing. Thanks, Rocket, for being here tonight. Again, with your presence, it's always wonderful to have you here. It means so much more to both of us. And of course, you guys fill up the seats and make it just a wonderful experience for us, the players, to fight harder and one more time and one more time. So it's because of you guys that we are standing here tonight as well, and we fought like we could, and yeah, just you guys made it super special for me always. You guys have been amazing over the years. I've been coming here for almost 20 years now, and I've always enjoyed it, and now my family does too, so thank you for that. Yeah, and I hope I didn't forget anything, but just thanks again for everything to everybody. And of course, I hope to see you next year. If not, you know, this was a wonderful run here, and I can't be more happy to have won tonight. Thank you very much, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure I speak for everyone in the stadium and indeed watching wherever you might be. It's a night we will never forget. Our congratulations and thanks to our runner-up, Rafael Nadal, and our congratulations to 18-time Grand Slam champion, Roger Federer. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our official presentation. There will be, as is customary, a photo opportunity, and then, of course, Roger will complete a lap of honour with the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here, and congratulations again to Rafa and Roger.
Well, Nadal has to feel gutted. Up a break, that missed forehand at 3-2. He'll think about that. You can see how disappointed he is, putting on a brave face, but the night belongs to Federer.
Well, it sure does, and both guys put it very well when they said it's nice, extra special to have Mr. Rod Laver, who this arena is named after, my idol, millions of others, and Roger Federer has solidified himself as the greatest of all time.
Until Nadal wins the French.
And then we'll rethink
it, but it's going to be a heck of a year in tennis, that's for sure.
Well, it's off to a great start. We know that. A precious occasion, something fans have hoped for and fantasized about, comes true here in Australia, and you couldn't have asked more drama. Nadal had Federer on the ropes, but he fights back to claim his 5th Aussie, his 18th major title. Let's head now to SportsCenter. Back for more coverage here soon.